what I'll be sharing with you this afternoon is my long years of experience in doing land use planning, transport, assisting local governments and national agencies. And I hope that we can gain additional insights on particularly on the important relationship of transport to land use planning. So let me share my slide now. Starting with the first slide. So I hope you are hearing me clearly and seeing the slide also clearly. Jesse, how's my audio?
Okay po, Doc. We also see your slides po.
Okay, that's good, right? Okay, so um, to start with, let me ask you, um, are you aware on when humans started using roads? So throughout history, and there are evidences and even documented by studies that actually humans did a lot of traveling, and there are evidences of uh, we can consider the roads in ancient times, not engineered ones, but these are primarily tracks and footpaths. And even before the advent of the wheel, people were already traveling. They walk. Our ancestors walk, use animals. They use tracks and traces, usually used for hunting and food gathering. And in Europe, there are evidences of what they call the holloways, shown in the picture. These are formed by human feet, horses and cattle through years and years of travel. And so we know that uh, our ancestors actually practice active transport. So this is not a new concept. By promoting active transport, we are just returning to our the practice of our ancestors. But in terms of an engineered road, this one is among those who are recognized as the oldest paved road in the world. This is the road to Giza, Egypt. And it is 7.5 miles, and it existed 4,600 years ago. So it's amazing to see that thousands of years, this um, paved road is still existing in its current form. You can clearly see that it is a road. And the theories of theologists is that this was constructed to support the infrastructure building activities of the Egyptians, particularly the pyramids, and to transport materials from the quarry sites. Okay. Now, so what we'll be talking about today, this is my outline and learning objectives as well. So I'll talk about very briefly about the transport sector for us to understand the modes and the subsectors of transport. And talking about the Philippine context, I'll be sharing salient features of the national transport policy, as well as the provisions pertaining to transport in the Philippine Development Plan. And the main part of my topic this afternoon is about the relationship between transport, land use, and environmental management. And with this, I'll be talking about um, factors that trigger road improvements and land use change, the role of transport in the land use policy areas, and the significance of planning for accessibility, mobility, and connectivity, and also on the influence of public transport system and the comprehensive land use plans urban form. And finally, I'll be presenting the challenges and as well as the opportunities for efficient transport and spatial planning. And I hope that you will gain knowledge on what mitigating measures can be adopted, and at the same time appreciate the current initiatives to improve planning at the local level. Okay? So bear with me for the next 40 minutes. So if you talk about transport systems, we hear intermodal, multimodal. So intermodal is about combination of different modes of transport to complete a trip. For example, to complete a trip from home to work, a commuter may take a rail and also take a taxi at the same time. And probably some will take a river ferry and then transfer to a rail station and then proceed to his or her destination. With multimodal, we're talking about different modes of transport that provides choice to commuters. So it can be different modes that the commuter can take. For example, in a transport terminal, the commuter can take a rail, can take PUVs or even taxis, or even those chartered mode of transport. With the transport sectors, we are concerned with the four. No? We have the road sector, we have the railways, we have the maritime, and as well as the aviation. Okay, and our national agency or primary national agency concerned with transport is also configured this way. No? So the Department of Transportation has a road sector department, a railway sector, a maritime sector, and aviation sector. So transportation system is primarily aimed at having efficiency in terms of enabling mobility and connectivity for transport of passengers and freight. So this is the main objective of having efficient transportation systems. We want efficiency that we can move both commuters and freight. And with that, the picture shown here is the port system of Singapore, and it's considered among the most efficient in the world. Um, and Singapore is noted for its transportation system. Okay. Now let's talk about the Philippine context. As I've said, I'll be talking some salient features of the PDP and the National Transport Policy. So these are the two significant issuances, the plan and the policy. So for the PDP, part 4 pertains to foundations for sustainable development, wherein chapter 19 is about accelerating infrastructure development. The National Transport Policy, on the other hand, was issued by the NADA board in 2017, and implementing rules and regulations were issued in 2018. It guides the development of the transport sector. Now, so what is there in the PDP pertaining to transport? So these are some of the salient uh, features or the analysis highlighted there. The number one is considering the transport system in the country, despite the improvements, the PDP found out that it is still inadequate vis-a-vis the growing demand. And road-based transport infrastructure considered a key point of convergence with other productive sectors. Its role is very important, but the quality remains inadequate. So road transport is very important, but the PDP actually says that it's really inadequate. And in terms of mass transport, while there were efforts to upgrade and expand the network, it has not kept up with demand and have not affected the desired shift. So the intention to shift from the private car usage to high capacity public transport solution is not yet realized. And in terms of the port systems, while it has benefited from a number of projects and initiatives, the quality of infrastructure is still inadequate, and the operational efficiency still need to be improved. And I think our port system is actually facing the challenge of port inefficiency, as evidenced by the backlogs in terms of the cargoes and freight. And the National Transport Policy crafted a vision for the transport in the country. And with the vision statement, we can see the emphasis on contributing to the improved quality of life of the people and having a safe, secure, reliable, efficient, integrated, intermodal, affordable, cost-effective, environmentally sustainable, and people-oriented national transport system. So there's a lot of descriptors there, and for sure it highlights the intention of the transport sector in the country. Now, in terms of recurring issues in the national transport policy, number one was identified that there is lack of integrated and coordinated transport network, and the overlapping and conflicting functions of transport agencies was highlighted as well, and also the concern about transport safety and security, and inadequacy in terms of the facilities, particularly in conflict-affected and underdeveloped areas in the country. The key principles in the NTP are the following. Number one, and I think this is very significant to the local government units and for the or participants belonging to the LGUs, the National Transport Policy provides for the integration of land use and transport planning in the local government's comprehensive development plans. And emphasis on private sector participation and integrated in intermodal transport, emphasis on people-oriented mobility, and the responsiveness to DRR and climate change mitigation and adaptation, as well as an emphasis on active transport. Now, the planning and project selection criteria as well provides a good idea on the emphasis given to environmental soundness and the use of environmentally sustainable technologies and approaches. Inclusive and people-oriented mobility, yes, emphasis on that, and the universal accessibility, particularly the Magna Carta for disabled persons, persons with disability, and um, the design, a universal design for facilities that should consider accessibility. And emphasis on public need and social acceptability. Now, with that, we have a good idea of what the direction or the policies pertaining to the national transport is. And I'll now talk about the relationship or the nexus between land use and transportation, which are key considerations in development planning. I'll start with discussing this diagram, which illustrates the relationship between land use and transportation. But first, okay, let me now use a highlighter. So road improvements and land use change of a relationship. And these are triggered by these factors. For road improvements, if there is improved accessibility of areas, reduced travel time, and the opening of new routes, this can trigger change. For land use change, primarily it's land conversion, commercial development, and uh, the implementation of major infrastructure projects. So let's take this, for example. If a road improvement is implemented, the result will be increased accessibility. For areas previously not that accessible, it will now be very accessible with improved road network. And naturally, the land value of areas or those areas served by the road will already increase. And with that, there will be land use change. Why? Increased land value, increased accessibility, there will be pressure for conversion from, for example, mostly agricultural lands into commercial, residential, and other uses, even industrial ones. And this is the result of a road improvement in an area. With land use change comes increased traffic generation. And increased traffic generation will result to increased traffic conflict, which in effect will reduce the level of service of the road facility. And with that, there will be a demand for road improvements again. Okay, so this is a cycle. Now, if we consider land use change as a triggering factor, starting with this. Okay. So there will be a major land use change, for instance, from agricultural to commercial, or a major infra project is implemented. This will again result to increased traffic generation and so forth, traffic conflict, deterioration level of service, and the demand for road improvements. Okay, so it is a cycle, right? Now, okay, right. Let me now give you some examples, local examples. And for the first one, shown on the screen is two pictures. Okay. This is the diversion road in Iloilo City. For those who have been to or familiar, those who have been to Iloilo City or visited Iloilo City recently, you will understand what I'm referring to. This is a 1990, on the left is a 1990 aerial photo of the area. This one is 2016 Google Earth photo. And this is the diversion road. This is actually the San Rafael area. No? So the diversion road is here. So before the construction of this diversion road, the area is primarily wetlands, swamps, mangroves, fish ponds. Okay, as you can see here in the 1990. So after the construction of the road and the increased generation of traffic, and actually one of the triggering factors was the establishment of the major commercial center here in the area. It's a big mall. It started a change in land use. And now the area is really a fully developed area. This is now the new central business district of the city. Okay? And this is where the riverbanks, the famous esplanade of Iloilo City. So as you can see here, previously these are swamps. So these are filled up now. And even the old airport here was already converted into a linear high-end commercial area. Okay. So this is 2016, but if we have a more recent, even to 2020 photo of the area, it is more filled, it's completely filled up. So now this was triggered by um, the diversion road. Okay, and so it's the road improvement that triggered this. And remember that this is supposed to be just a diversion road. It's a bypass road that's supposed to divert traffic from the downtown of the city. But instead, the diversion road caused a major change in land use. So, moving on, another example. So the new Bohol Panglao International Airport. So the new airport was constructed, and if not for the pandemic, I think this will be in full operation with serving tourists going to Bohol, international tourists. So the airport is here, right? And now a third connector bridge to bypass the city is being constructed here at this point. Huh? Yeah, circled here, and the the alignment of this connector bridge is towards the area of the Tagbilaran Seaport, and it intends to uh, provide a coastal road going to the northern part of Bohol. Okay? Now, with that, um, the airport actually caused uh, the construction of a third bridge because in anticipation of traffic. And it is expected that areas in Panglao will now be significantly changed. There will be land use change in the vicinity of the airport, along in other areas, as well as in other areas of Panglao. And as far as I know, the local government of Panglao is yet to update comprehensive land use plan in consideration of the airport. Okay? It's an example again of how a major facility, a public infrastructure costs land use chains and other transportation facilities. Okay. This one is the Davao Coastal Road. So the picture is from the social media account of engineer ENP Jam Hamonier. He will be presenting also later. And according to Jam, engineer ENP Hamonier, this area is his playground during his childhood days. And when he visited the area again after the construction of the coastal road, he was wondering if, according to him, quoting him, if this is a pool, a stream, or a river, because the coastal ecosystem was already altered, and it is really changed already now. So he seems not to recognize his playground anymore. And with that, it is expected that reclamation will soon follow, and based on experience, there will be significant land use changes. Now, this is no question about being a facility that will improve accessibility. This will result to improve mobility, of course, economic contribution to the local economic development. But what we see here is this infrastructure we have trade-offs. So in every change, there will be benefits, but there will be trade-offs. And the question as always is, will the trade-offs be um, justifiable, okay, in favor of the benefits? Okay. So this is another example. Okay, right. So the case of EDSA. So everyone is familiar with EDSA. It's supposed to be a limited access highway on most of its sections, but commercial development resulted to increase accessibility and naturally reduce mobility. And there are elevated expressways and light rail transit system to provide mobility. And there are current efforts and to actually initiate the establishment of bike lanes, protected bike lanes, and green walkways. The, the MMDA has already initiated this. And there are transit-oriented development in key rail stations, connecting this to the central business district. So as you can see here, actually, if you look at the history of EDSA, it's totally different than what it is now. So it's a major challenge, and it's become an indicator of transport in the country. So hopefully um, improvements soon, and the traffic problem can finally be solved with these initiatives, hopefully. That illustrates actually the vicious cycle of congestion. So if we have congestion in a road network, the natural tendency, of course, is to build expansion of the road system, okay, which will result to increased capacity. So widening the roads will result to increased capacity. The new capacity will lower friction to mobility, okay, but the expanded road will result also to urban sprawl and the expected land use change, which in turn will result to growth in the length and number of movements of commuters and even cargoes. And with that, again, the road will become congested. And again, demand for another round of expansion or improvement. So this is the vicious cycle of congestion, and showing that road infrastructure will not solve the congestion. This the picture here is a classic case. This is A major freeway in the US. This is Interstate 80 in Berkeley, California. This is a freeway with many lanes and heavy traffic. You can see here, it is not, this picture is not during the rush hour. During the rush hour, there is gridlock here. People returning to their homes from work in the Bay Area. So if you can see here, the freeway actually has 10 lanes and even has a an access road at the side. But still, it is a problem. And one thing that is noticeable here, this no low mass transport. These are all private cars, for example. There are no buses. Okay? And for sure, you can surmise that each car only has one occupant, okay? Most probably a driver. This lane here with the marking, okay, this is what they call the HOV lane, or the high occupancy vehicle lane, or carpool lane. Okay? Supposed to be, it should carry more passengers. So this was actually um, initiated in EDSA, but implementation was suspended, as I've heard. So with that, uh, expanding the road actually will be incentivizing private car owners. So the more road, the wider the road, the more cars will be there. Okay. Now, this case is a very interesting case. For those who are familiar with the Chungyecheon stream in Seoul, South Korea, that's the pronunciation. Chungyecheon. I actually had to consult one of my Korean students to make sure I pronounce it correctly. So this is hailed as an urbanist dream. The story of this stream is very interesting because the original stream, okay, it was a natural stream flowing through the city. It was filled up and an elevated expressway was constructed. Okay? So from a natural stream to an elevated freeway, and then back to a stream with public space, water, and vegetation. And this is considered uh, one of the models in um, urban regeneration that has inspired other areas. So it's very interesting that the mayor of Seoul during the time pushed for this despite the opposition, despite the warnings issued by the transport sector that it will cause Armageddon in the city and a crisis in transport. The mayor pushed for this project, and then that mayor incidentally became the president of Korea later on. So this is the Chungyecheon stream. It was an stream covered up in the 1950s, and then they constructed the elevated expressway. And on the left, these are the three pictures that show the story. So this is how it looked when it was an elevated expressway. Then they demolished it and completed the demolition in 2003. And this is now the Chungyecheon stream. But this project, while it's a very good model of uh, urban restoration, it is quite controversial as well. So there are, if you look at some of the online references, there are groups who actually raise concerns because this was an original stream before, but the question is the stream that is there right now still the natural stream that was before? And obviously the answer is no, because right now the stream is the bed of the stream is no longer the original soil or ground, but it's a paved soil bed, stream bed, and the water is no longer naturally flowing, but it's actually pumped from the Han River, also from the subways, because they need to pump the water from the subway to remove the water. So it's the one um, um, flowing into the Chungyuchun stream and providing the water, the flowing water in the stream. So in effect, it is not 100% natural, but still benefits were realized and people appreciate it and Koreans enjoy it. It even costs around more than 3%, 3 degrees centigrade reduction in temperature during summer because of the microclimate of the area that was improved. Okay, so that's one example. And now this is my take in terms of how land use planning and transport planning should be uh, in the Philippines, considering the current realities that we have. An effective land use plan should actually plan for change and not react to the change. It should ensure balance between development and the environment. And, you know, considering the urban development, we need to realize that we need to maintain ecosystem services and not subject all areas to development and transform all natural areas into built environment. Actually, this comprehensive land use plan should address this if the CLUP performs its function. But for me, the CLUP's urban form can be likened to a mold that actually shapes how the area will be developed. So we talk about a mold, its purpose is to shape, to control the shape of the element that is poured into it. Okay? Like for example, a molten element, you pour it into a mold, it will follow the shape of the mold. But sometimes the case is the element that should supposed to be molded is there first, and then the mold is following the shape of the element that is supposed to shape. And for that, with that, the CLUPS lost its function. So the zoning ordinance actually is supposed to address that. This is just um, the CLUP once enacted into a zoning ordinance becomes a law and it should be implemented. So that's the symbolism of the mold. Actually, um, in our dialect, in Tagalog, probably you call it hulmahan. In in other dialect, there is a term for that. I don't know how it is. What's the term for Chabacano? But hopefully, our CLUPs will function as molds to shape the development of our areas. And this is the reason why the National Transport Policy actually pushes for integration of land use and transport planning. Okay, it is in Rule 6, Section 23. Oh, I'd like to discuss with you the role of transport in the land use policy areas. This is a framework by Professor Ernesto Serrote, which wherein he likened, he's actually coined the term for space for living and making a living, and settlement policy areas are the space for living, and production areas are the space for making a living. And the role of infrastructure as the exchange space that should effectively link the space for living and making a living, and the important function of the life support system, which are the protected areas. So what is the role of transport here? The transport system should effectively link the space for living and making a living. It should link residential areas, production, commercial, industrial, tourism sites, and also provide access to social services. But it is important that it should not encroach into the life support system or the protected areas. We should maintain the balance between development and protection, because ecosystem services is very important. Now, these two terms, these two principles, the principle of mobility and accessibility is very important in the consideration for transport planning and land use. And mobility is about a facility providing efficient travel between activity sites. So if the road is very effective in providing fast transport between two destinations or two activity sites, it is high mobility. Accessibility, on the other hand, is the ability of the road to connect activity sites to the facility and thus providing direct access. Now, if a facility provides connections to a lot of residences, commercial places, industrial, it is providing high accessibility. But in the hierarchy concept of road transport planning, the levels of mobility and accessibility are inversely related. Now, it is called the yin and yang of transport. No? The functional classification of arterial, expressway, collectors, and locals. Um, in the Philippines, mostly people are more familiar with administrative classifications: national road, provincial road, barangay road, municipal road. But in planning, we use functional classification. Okay? And these are arterials, collectors, and locals. So this is the reason why mobility and land access are inversely related. Okay, so if you want more mobility, you control access. If you want more accessibility, you sacrifice mobility. And this principle as well is supported by the principle of connectivity. So we want roads to be connected. We don't want the cul-de-sacs type of dead ends. And in my experience assisting local governments, I actually realized that a lot of our uh, isolated communities have dead ends. They have one in, one out road network. So the main factors that affect efficiency of road transport systems are this: primarily controlled limited access to maintain mobility, and the accessibility of production areas and social services, which can be facilitated by a network of collector and local roads, and the connectivity of road networks that can provide options for various routes. Okay, this is an example of how mobility is maintained by having controlled access. So the one on the left is the cloverleaf interchange because it resembles cloverleaf. On the right are our local examples of interchange in the EasyTex, for instance, the Tiplex, and these are called the trumpet interchange. So with that, you see that access is controlled and the surrounding land uses are separated from the road facility. It is elevated, is grade separated, and with that land use change is controlled in the areas adjoining the road facilities. And uh, the measure to balance accessibility and mobility is through a road hierarchy. You know, for example, in a rural area, you fully designate the arterials, the collectors, and the locals, as well as the urban area. So you define what function the road should function. Most of the time, arterials are national roads, and the ones connecting directly to the activity areas are local roads or collector roads. Now, public transport and urban form. Okay, I'll now share what I observed and why urban form in the country, in the CLUP, is highly influenced by public transport. This diagram illustrates why urban form is influenced by transport, because it is actually the spatial imprint as a result of the users, the infra, the modes, and the activities, the labor, the customer, suppliers that actually use the roads. Spatial interaction, for example, how the areas connect to the CBDs or the markets from the production areas, constitutes the spatial interaction, and this constitutes the spatial structure of urban areas. And the location will now determine the land use pattern on where development is expanding, outside of the core or the urban center or the CBD to the surrounding areas. Now, in the countries I've said, transport-oriented urban forms are influenced by the CLUP's tendency to adopt a linear or strip development, mostly a ribbon type of development oriented on the major road networks because of the preference for direct access to major roads. And with that, there is a tendency to zone both sides of the roads as commercial and residential, resulting to sprawl, congestion, and other issues. So this is the tendency. And the public transport is primarily responsible. As you can see there, those are the zones. You're familiar with that, the yellow, the residential, the institutional, the commercial areas. So these factors, the absence of a designated stops for passengers loading and unloading, because PUVs can stop anywhere. The preference of people for door-to-door delivery, meaning the people would like to alight from right at their front gate, and the absence of PUV terminals with facilities that are compliant to standards. So these are the factors that influence the adoption of mostly strict or linear development of urban form. And now, the challenges and opportunities. So we are facing the challenge of the susceptibility to hazards of our roads. For example, hydrometeorologic and geologic hazards, steep slopes. The picture shown on the right is an example of how um, a landslide can cause damage to a major road. This picture in Panay, and um, because of the steep slopes and uh, the inadequate um, drainage facilities that was not able to control the runoff from the higher elevation. So this road was actually damaged. And the roads are lifelines, so in terms of in case of disasters, and it should be functional with alternate routes. So meaning, if you have a major road, you should have an alternate, so that once that road is damaged, it can still serve. You can still respond to emergencies. And the challenge of ensuring that road construction or upgrading will not result to environmental degradation and biodiversity loss. I'm emphasizing biodiversity loss because this is very important, and this will cause a lot of problems for us in the future if infrastructure will continue to contribute to degradation of biodiversity. And the role of transport during pandemics and other disruptive events, it is supposed to ensure supply chain and logistics and a lifeline for response and evacuation. In terms of deforestation, a study in 2012 actually documented the relationship between road construction and deforestation. And the summary of that is, since 1934 to 1988, around 9.8 million hectares of forest was already lost due to deforestation. And the findings of the study is, the nearer the forest was the roads, the higher the rate of deforestation. This is the reason why our protected area should actually be spared from direct access. Even in the buffer zones of our protected areas, we should avoid providing direct access to those areas, because it will actually result to a lot of environmental problems. And this one again, improvement of transport should not be at the expense of the environment. For tourism, actually, you don't want to kill the goose that lays the golden egg, and that is the attraction of the area. If you degrade the environmental quality in the process of constructing road transport, you will actually lose the attraction of the area. Okay? And in terms of contagion management, this is what I found out. As I've said, roads are lifelines. It provide access to isolation areas and multi-use zones, and these are road assets. No? But we will notice that in terms of pandemics and contagion management, the reverse happens. Instead of now promoting mobility and accessibility, we want to control movement. and we want to discourage travel. So with that, we actually do border controls and travel restrictions. And the picture here is a clip from an article during at the height of the pandemic in last year. In one area, the local government actually resorted to closing the roads with rocks and boulders because they don't have adequate personnel to man the checkpoints. So they resorted to a desperate measure of really closing the road. Okay, so imagine that. So this is hoping and praying that other emergencies will not arise, like a fire incident wherein the fire truck cannot pass through. Okay, so and during contagion management, it was seen that biking and walking are options, or active transport is a more viable option. So what do we need to do, right? I'm actually pushing for this as an advocacy that environmental sustainability should be a major consideration in transport and land use planning. We need to fully consider hydrologic and geologic consideration, and let us take an ecosystems approach in planning for transport and land use. And we need to ensure that design should be informed by environmental assessment, the EIA, and Dr. June Castro will talk about traffic impact assessment later on. This is also part of this. Engineering solutions to mitigate impacts should be in place, and we should have strict observance of environmental management systems all throughout the process of design, construction, and operation. And we need to respect ecological systems. We just have to realize that some areas need to be left alone. Okay? So we need not put access to all areas. There are areas that are best to be left alone on its natural state. And that considerations for pandemics and disruptive events should be integrated in planning. We do have opportunities. The NTP already provides the basis for effective transport. The LPTRP is a mechanism to achieve reforms. And there is an opportunity to facilitate integrated planning for development of local roads with initiatives such as the Local Road Network Development Plan by the DILG OPDS through the CMGP. We can integrate principles of mobility and accessibility through a network of local roads, and aggressively push for active transport as a viable option. There are game-changing technologies that we can adopt, and there is an increasing awareness already and appreciation of green transport, and as well as on the part of commuters, behavioral changes to more environment-friendly travel patterns. And we have the opportunity to promote the environmental planning as a profession, right? So these are some of the trends now that is happening globally, what we call the 15-minute cities. So this is a concept wherein everything will be accessible through within 15 minutes, either by walking or biking. So it's just about knowing what the community needs. So it's people-centered rather than car-centered type of urban form or development. And the global trend at the moment is about highways to boulevards. This is happening already, that they are repurposing expressways, tearing down highways and elevated expressways to give way to more pedestrian-oriented spaces with parks and greenways. Actually, the Chongyongchon stream inspired a lot of areas in East Asia and North America to explore this concept. And even within South Korea, they already initiated the removal of elevated roads to give way to more pedestrian-oriented and greener schemes, such as this example, the Siolo 7717, which used to be an elevated expressway. They converted it into a green walkway and an elevated park. Also in the US, or rather first in Paris, for instance, the famous Champs-Élysées will be transformed into a garden. They will be reducing the width, the lanes of Champs-Élysées into by reducing it by 2 lanes probably, and turning it into green areas and creating tunnels of trees to improve air quality. In the US, they're also tiering highways to give way to boulevards and avenues. And one example of this is this Mandela Parkway in Oakland, which used to be the route of the Interstate 880. They're already considering the conversion, the repurposing of this elevated expressway into more environment-friendly and community-oriented type of transport facilities. Okay. In summary, we need a paradigm shift for the Philippine transport system. This is what we need at the moment. There are challenges and hurdles that should be overcome, but there are opportunities and prospects that we can take advantage of. And I'm emphasizing the role of the local government units as key players. And with that, the need to improve the capacity of planners on spatial and land use and transportation planning, and to be able to integrate fully the land use and transportation planning in the local government plans, such as the PDPFP, the CDP, and the CLUP. Okay, so with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and quoting one of my favorite quotes in planning, which says that planning is bringing the future into the present so that you can do something about it now, by Alan Lakein. So thank you for your attention, and good day, everyone.
Thank you very much po, Dr. Evan. Our participants, I think, appreciated the presentation, considering that most of us here, at least some of us here, are working in the local government units, and we are in the process of updating our respective development plans. I think my takeaway in your presentation is the phrase transport system should link spaces for living and making a living. So yun po. We would like to remind our participants, we will be sending the copies of the presentations after this session, maybe today or later in the week. We also remind that please observe our courtesy, mute your microphones, and monitor your respective audios. So maraming salamat po again, Dr. Evan, for your presentation and for taking time to be with us this afternoon. Our next speaker will be talking about traffic surveys and data analysis, including traffic demand analysis and forecasting. So brace yourselves po, medyo mathematically technical. The next speaker had an extensive experience in planning and engineering disciplines. He was a consultant of several planning firms such as the UP Planades, Transportas Consulting Incorporated, the Pacific Spectrum Environmental Research, etc. The next speaker in 2017 was hired as transport planning specialist at the road sector of the Department of Transportation, focusing on PUV modernization, route rationalization, among others. He also had engagements with transfer planning of the LTFRB and project development specialist at the Logo Find. The next speaker is or has an experience working with corporate companies such as Manila Water, among others, and was also a part-time instructor at Mapua Institute and Technology. Presently, he is working as a operations manager of the Luzon Clean Water Development Corporation, a subsidiary of San Miguel. He is a registered environmental planner and a civil engineer, graduated Master of Arts in Transportation Planning at UP-SERP, and his interests really are in transportation planning, traffic engineering, and urban planning. We have the pleasure to present to you this afternoon, Engineer Herman C. Avengosa. Sir, good afternoon po.
Thank you, Jesse. Good afternoon. Let me share my presentation first. Okay, can you see it?
Yes po, sir.
Okay. PIEP National President, Ma'am Joy, PIEP ZAMPEN President, Sir Jojo, PIEP officers and my fellow environmental planners. Diyos maray na hapon sa Indugabos. Actually, I will be presenting, I hope this is not boring, about traffic survey and data analysis, also on the traffic demand analysis and forecasting. Okay, the outline of my presentation focuses on the three major topics that is presented. First, I will be discussing the local public transport route planning. And also the second one, data collection and analysis, which can be discussed into two further, the traffic and transport survey and the traffic demand analysis and forecasting. As a learning objective, actually, I just would like to share with you my experience and knowledge when I was working with Department of Transportation way back in 2016 and 2017 when we were introducing the PUV modernization. So first, I hope you can appreciate the role, significance, and processes of local public transport route planning. Second, understand and gain knowledge on data collection activities, particularly the conduct and processing of various types of transport and traffic surveys as indicated in the LPTRP manual, which was issued by DOTR. Third, I hope you may be able to learn and appreciate the fundamental techniques of traffic demand analysis and forecasting in the context of public transport demand. Dito meron na tayong mga mathematical computation and I hope you can appreciate it. Ayun. As an introduction, actually the PUB modernization program was introduced by the current government administration in order to have an organized, a reformed, well-managed, a modern, and environmentally transportation sector, to have an environmentally transportation sector wherein the drivers and the operators will have a chance to have a dignified livelihood, and at the same time the commuters can quickly go to their destination safely, comfortably, and efficiently. So the PUB modernization, when it was introduced, it was a large-scale initiative by the national government. Actually, it was not only DOTR or LTFRB who are implementing the program. There are other national government agencies, private sectors who are involved on this. First, the DILG is involved in the regulatory reform. Also, the DNR and the I think DOST are involved in the vehicle useful life and the fleet modernization. Also, the DTI and the PNS, Philippine National Standards, they are also involved in the fleet modernization, and some the CDA and the OTC are actually involved in the industry consolidation. Also, the DSWD in the stakeholder support mechanism and other stakeholders or partners in this program. What is the objective of the local public transport route planning? First, it makes the public utility vehicle routes more responsive to passenger demand. Actually, I'll give emphasis on this responsive to passenger demand because in the past, before PUV modernization, the PUV routes are supply driven. Actually, even the private companies can apply for new or developmental routes to DOTR and to LTFRB. But with this LPTRP manual or with this PUV modernization or the issuance of omnibus franchising guidelines, all routes will emanate from the approval of LPTRP from the local government units. And also another objective is to determine the appropriate vehicle type depending on passenger demand, road hierarchy, and configuration. So actually it was discussed by Doc Evan, and it will also be discussed by ENP JAM, the types of vehicle, the private utility vehicles, based on their capacity, based on their function, and also on the road hierarchy. It was also discussed that we have this administrative function, the national, um, the provincial, and then the local. And also we have this arterial, collector, and the local roads. And more importantly, the LPTRP is a participatory planning type, wherein LGUs are in a better position to identify the local public transport service requirements. Since LGUs are also preparing other planning documents such as the Comprehensive Development Plan, the CLUP, and others. So it should complement with the LPTRP. As a definition, under the Omnibus Franchising Guidelines, which was issued by DILG and DOTR, it was a joint memorandum circular number 001 way back in 2017. The LPTRP is a plan detailing the route network. Yes, the route network, it includes the route alignment, the route ends, wherein it should have the terminals at both ends, the mode or the type of public utility vehicle, and the required number of units per mode for delivering land transport service, which this LPPRP shall be the minimum requirement prescribed for the issuance of PUV franchises. Okay, as I said before, the LPTRP will form parts of the local transport master plan, which is also being prepared by different local government units. The approval process of LPTRP, it starts with the creation of technical working group. The municipal or the city mayor will create a technical working group composed of from the departments of the municipal or the city hall, such as coming from the planning, from engineering, traffic offices. It also includes representative from the national government agencies such as DPWH, LTFRB, LTO, and also from the civic or from the civic organization, from the academe, from the business organization, or the national NGO, non-government organization. After creating the TWG, the TWG will formulate plan through data gathering and analysis and submission. And after the LPTRP is submitted, the LTFRB or the DOTR RPTB will evaluate the submitted LPTRP if it is compliant. If found compliant, the LPTRP will be approved and the LTFRB will issue the NOC or the Notice of Compliance. And after that, the Sanggunian will adopt the LPTRP routes and through enactment of ordinance. And lastly, while after the approval of the ordinance, the LTFRB can now open the approved routes for operator selection. That's where the issuance of certificate of public conveyance will come in. At the local level, the route planning process, of course, it starts with the creation of TWG and also gathering of secondary data, such as the existing franchise issued, the existing terminals and other public transport facility within the LGU, and the demographics that can be found in a planning document. And then there will be an assessment. What areas are served, or are the existing routes okay? And then after determining or after having the inventory of all the routes, then we will conduct the transport and traffic survey through ocular or conducting the different types of public transport surveys. And after that, it will be consulted to other stakeholders to discuss, assess, and get comments and inputs. And lastly, the team will compute for the fleet size based on the passenger demand. Okay. The DOTR, the Omnibus Franchising Guidelines, or DOTR DO 2017-11, said that the local public transport route plan shall be revised at least once every 3 years after the last approval. And also, after the implementation of approved LPTRP, there should be an initial assessment to be done at least 6 months, or after the approved routes for franchise issuance or operator selection was issued. So, hindi lang nagtatapos sa isang submission ng LPTRP, but after 6 months of implementation, it will be assessed, and at least once every 3 years, it will be updated. Also, the DILG Memorandum Circular 2018-60 says that non-compliance to submission of LPTRP is tantamount to dereliction of duty and shall be dealt in accordance with applicable civil service rules and regulations and other pertinent laws, rules, and regulations. Actually, when I checked with LTFRB, but that was last year, I think it's only 15 to 20% LGUs who had already submitted the LPTRP, their own LPTRP. And I hope by now more LGUs have already submitted, but I think because of pandemic, it's also the submission is also affected. Okay, based on the issued LPTRP manual by DOTR, there are 7 steps in the LPTRP planning process. The first one is to delineate the study area. Second, the statement of current public transport problems, setting up of the objectives, etc., etc. And we will discuss that in the next slide. Okay, in determining the study area, actually it was mentioned in the Omnibus Franchising Guidelines that the city or municipality will focus on the intra-city or intra-municipality routes, while the provincial LGU will focus on the intra-provincial or inter-municipal or inter-city routes, while the regional LTFRB or DOTR will prepare the LPTRP focusing on the intra-regional, inter-provincial routes, while the national, the DOTR, will prepare the inter-regional routes, as well as for the MUSEP identified areas or NCR for the intercity within or under the National Capital Region that will be prepared by DOTR, except for the local routes per cities or municipality under a National Capital Region. Okay. After delineation of study area, we need to identify the public transport problem. Anyone from the audience who can identify what are those obvious public transport problems? Can I hear from you? Sorry, I cannot see my chat room. But anyway, I hope you have submitted some of the prevailing or pressing public transport problems. But okay. These are the usual public transport problems: overcrowding. That's number 1. But I think you cannot find this overcrowding mostly during pandemic. But pre-pandemic, most PUBs, especially jeepneys and buses, are overcrowded. lack of public transport vehicles in most areas. Actually, it is prevailing in all regions or in all provinces. There are unserved areas by the public transport vehicle. Lack of driver discipline, that is usually the complaint from the commuters. Low travel speed, destructive competition, unreasonable fares, etc., etc. Also, colorum operation. But of course, if we have problem, we have to identify or we have to um, visualize our objective. So the usual or the desired qualities of a public transport network should be it will best serve the demand, of course. Sinasabi ko nga kanina, it should be demand-driven, yung LPTRP natin, not supply-driven. Then it must be economically viable since operators and drivers should get profit from it while delivering the service. It must be environmentally sustainable. The vehicles must be of low carbon emission and comply with the Clean Air Act. Also, this should be socially acceptable and compatible with the overall transport system. Specifically, our public transport network should be accessible in terms of access time by the commuters in going to the public transport terminal or in boarding the public utility vehicle. It should be reliable in terms of waiting time. Actually, when if you are in the terminal and then you just get on board on the utility vehicle, for example, jeepney, if it takes you 1 hour to wait before the jeepney departs, then it's a problem. So, and other specific objectives such as travel speed, um, sufficient passenger space, etc., etc. Okay. In the data collection activities, we have these performance indicators, um, which is should be observed for the efficient local public transport route planning. And there are two types of routes: the fixed routes, an example of that, PUB or buses, jeepney, UB Express, and the non-fixed routes such as tricycle and habal-habal. Actually, we are more concerned as a planners on the actual route alignment. The actual route alignment is the route length, the the alignment, the exact direction, or where the PUJ or the PUB will traverse on what particular street. And also, we are more particular on the actual number of units in operation, actual number of hours, average travel speed, and terminal waiting time. And lastly, the NRT or the average number of round trips per day. Non-fixed routes has the same performance indicator, except that it has no actual route alignment. So we just say it's a service area. And it has no number of round trips in particular. So in addition, as a planner, we are also after on the maintaining or promoting the system performance of the public transportation. And what are these? These are the routes and areas of operation, as well as the number of units, also the operating characteristics of each vehicle type, and also on the terminal's inventory. We are after on this. Also on the demand pattern, since LPTRP is more on the demand-driven, we need to conduct passenger origin destination, the volume of ridership per route, boarding and alighting volumes, passenger load profile, etc. And lastly, we also consider the impact on the traffic congestion, especially along main public transport section. So we are after the traffic volume, the road capacity based on the road inventory, and the volume capacity ratio. Okay, so we will discuss several types of transport and traffic surveys. Um, and but actually, the 789 road inventory, existing route inventory, and terminal and other facilities inventories can be done through ocular inspection. So medyo madali lang ito, except for the first 6 types of surveys. So before we go into discussing the types of surveys, the LGU should have an inventory of all existing routes. So we need to prepare the route coverage map through this simple drawing, or we can draw the existing route uh, PUJ route as an example here from Baguio City, from Baguio LGU. The PUJ route maps shows the various PUJ routes within Baguio City, and also the road network in the city of Baguio. So after having all of these existing routes, either buses, jeepney, UB Express, etc., we can proceed with our data collection or traffic survey. The first one is the license plate survey. Um, as I discussed previously, that we are particular in in identifying the number of units, the number of round trips, the average seating capacity, etc., etc. We need license plate survey to conduct. It can be conducted within the terminal or along the road where public transport vehicles are operating. So there should be each public transport route per mode type is surveyed. And what are those data to be recorded here? First, the time when vehicle passes the station, the route name and the mode type. So route name, bawa, Alabang Sapote, and then mode type, PUJ. Then the license plate number of that specific jeepney, and then the seating capacity. For jeepney, it has 18 seating capacity, but some has 20 or 22 or even more than 25. Actually, the license plate survey can be found in the issued LPTRP manual by DOTR and LTFRB. I can also give you that copy if you don't have, or if you're interested in it, or I can give you the entire LPTRP manual, which was issued by DOTR. So another types of survey, which is a boarding and alighting survey. This one is focused on determining if we want to determine the passenger volume or the demand, passenger demand. Also the route length, the the, the terminal waiting time, the total round trip, as well as the average load factor can be computed based on this boarding and alighting survey. So the boarding and alighting volumes are counted at every terminal or every stops. So for each route, you have to, of course, the terminal at both ends are already determined, but you have to specify the stops so that for every stops, you can count the number of passengers boarded and alighted in between. So each public transport route by vehicle type is surveyed on a sampling basis. Usually, the surveys can be done in a weekday um, sample, or and in a weekend, since we have different types of pattern during weekday and weekend. The data recorded here are passengers boarding at various stops and time, passengers alighting at various stops and time, as well as the seating capacity. So same with the license plate survey form, the boarding and alighting survey can be found in the LPTRP manual. Another type of survey is the passenger origin destination survey. Actually, this OD survey can be jointly conducted with the previous one, with the boarding and alighting survey para mas economical and mas practical actually. Madali lang naman siyang gawin. While doing the boarding and alighting survey, you can also, the surveyor can also ask passenger on the origin and destination um, status or the data of the passenger. So it can be done on the public transport terminal, at stops, or while on board the uh, public utility vehicle. The basic informations asked here, the place of origin of the passenger, and then the point of boarding. At what exact location did the passenger board the vehicle, the place of destination, and also the alighting point. The trip purpose, is it going home, going to office, going to market, etc., etc. And also the occupation of the passenger being surveyed or being asked. So we already have the survey for this passenger OD survey. So it's very easy for all of us to we just use this survey issued. Also, to assess the traffic situation at corridor, we need to conduct the classified traffic volume count. This one, the vehicles passing a selected counting stations are counted per unit time, say per every 15 minutes or every hour, uh, by vehicle type and by direction. So this vehicle classification composed of private and public utility vehicles. For private cars, there are these are classified as car, truck, van, motorcycles, etc. And those public utility vehicles are classified into PUBs, PUJs, UV Express, field cabs, tricycles, etc. Okay, so yes, we also have this traffic volume count survey form. And then at the same, together with the traffic count, it would be better if we conduct also the passenger load count. This to determine the number of passengers per every vehicles that are being counted. So the passenger load per vehicle type is observed and recorded on a sampling basis per unit time by direction, similar with the vehicle count. And okay, we also have this form found in the LPTRP manual. And also, in order to determine the financial status, particularly on the operator's side of the public utility vehicles, we need to conduct this public transport operators and drivers interview. Um, this will obtain information regarding public transport operation and financial characteristics from the point of view of service providers. The data to be collected here are the gross revenue, the direct costs, particularly on the fuel, salary, etc. Also, the indirect cost, the interest, depreciation, taxes, miscellaneous costs, etc. And also the method of drivers' compensation if they are being remunerated daily, weekly, or on a monthly basis, or on a commission basis in particular. Also, in this type of survey, we need to gather data such as the fleet information, how many numbers for the operator side, how many fleet size does he have, does he has, and then the vehicle information, the particularly on the maintenance, on the repair, on the maintenance and repair of the utility vehicles that being used. So we also have this type of survey form. Okay. And then just to have an appreciation of the types of traffic and transport survey that we conducted, particularly on the license plate survey, As an example here, um, from the route A to B, so the origins A and the end destination is B, and during the conduct of survey at around 6 a.m. until 6 p.m. in the evening. So that's the scenario of the operational characteristics. Um, the surveyor has collected 14 um, vehicles that passed from 6:15 to 5:30 on the eastbound from A to no, on the westbound from A to B, and also the reverse direction from B to A, it has 14. Same with direction A to B, it has 14 plate numbers that was recorded. And then what we will do with this, we need to sort out all of those data by um, by having the common plate number. So in this example, it was found out that there are 4 vehicles um, with the same plate number. So we can assume that the number of units operating are 4. But we can also compute for the number of round trips. The number of round trips can be computed on the formula of average one-way volume is equal to number of units times the number of round trips. Obviously, the average one-way volume is since we have 14 on the from route A to B and 14 PUJs also from B to A. So we have an average one-way volume of 14. And looking at the formula, finding the number of round trips using the average one-way volume and number of units, we have 3.5 number of round trips. So as we can see, there are some vehicles having, ranging from 3 to 4 on the data shown. So also, if we have gathered the data from LTFRB on the approved um, CPC, for as shown in this example, the number of authorized units from the LTFRB record, we can check on the data that we collected from the license plate survey, since we now have the actual number of units and operation. Okay, looking at these slides, the number of authorized units is 50 from LTFRB record, but after conducting the license plate survey, we found out that 80 units are actually operating. What does it mean? So, think may mga duplication, may colorum, etc., etc. So, in preparing the LPTRP, we can surmise that we can still reduce the or we can add more depending on the passenger volume or passenger demand that we will derive through the computation. Okay. And also on the boarding and alighting survey data, from this data, we can come up with a load profile. So as an example, from a route A going to D, but passing through B and C. So from A to D, the boarding and alighting at A, B, C, and D was observed. As an example, the number of boarding passengers are obtained 12 in A, 15 in B, 6 in C, and none in D. Of course, the remaining passengers will alight. Also from D to A, the boarding and alighting data are shown in the table. So how do we process this? First, we come up with the average passenger volume per section per direction. So the numbers that you can see at the bottom of the line 12 is the average passenger volume from A to D. So 12 from A to B, and then from B to C, since there are 15 passengers who boarded and 17 alighted, may natira na lang. There are 20 passengers left. While from C to D route, 16 passengers remains in the vehicle. And also on the figure or the numbers on the upper line, 10, 18, and 13 are the average passenger volume on the reverse side from D to A. So, okay. If we have this number of units of 50, and then we have number of round trips, 5 in a day, so we can compute for the average daily passenger per volume per section by just simply multiplying 10 times the number of units, which is 50, by 5, which is the number of round trips. So that gives us 2,500. So straightforward lang naman. The same applies to all. And also, in computing for the average one-way passenger volume per section, this is now the PPD. So we just get the average of from route A to B, 2,500 and 3,000. That gives us 2,750. So same with the route B, C, and C and D. And using this PPD, we can come up with the passenger load profile. From route A to B, 2,750 passengers. From route B to C, 4,750 passengers. And from route C to D, 3,626. So with that, we can conclude that first, maybe uh, we can only generate 1 or 2 routes, but we can also generate 3 or more routes depending on the number of passenger volume. And also with these numbers, we can also assume which type of vehicle can be used, such as bus, jeepney, or tricycle. Actually, this one is per day. For a jeepney, I think 500 passenger per hour per day. A jeepney can accommodate 500 passenger per hour per day. And then a bus can accommodate 5,000, I think. But I'll check with the LTPRP manual. Okay. On the processing of traffic volume and passenger load count data, since we gather or we conducted the traffic count and the passenger count data, how do we process the data from the survey that we have? First, summarize the traffic volume and the passenger volume per vehicle per direction. So if we start with 6 in the morning and ends with 7 in the evening, so all of the traffic volume are summarized per hour, per mode or per vehicle type, and per direction if it is eastbound or westbound. To convert the traffic volume into passenger car units, we use this table. This is the traffic engineering standard. For the passenger car, that's 1. PUJ, it's 1.5. For UB Express, it's 1.5, etc., etc. But in designing, in getting the volume capacity ratio, we are only particular on the peak hour, such as the AM peak hour, which can be found from 6 to 12 noon, or PM peak hour from 12 noon to 8 PM, or the daily peak hour, the combination of AM and PM peak hour. So what are we going to do? Get the average passenger load per vehicle type per direction for AM peak, PM peak, and 14-hour period. Compute the passenger volume per direction per vehicle type for AM peak, PM peak, and 14-hour period. Okay, with the given data as shown in the slides, we have selected the AM peak from 7 to 8 AM. So it shows, the table shows um, the traffic volume per direction, eastbound, westbound, per mode, such as passenger car, jeepney, UV Express, motorcycle, tricycle, bus, truck, etc. Also on the second table, it shows the average passenger load as taken from the passenger load survey. So we have here on the eastbound 1.85. Actually, naka-average na ito. Kaya lumalabas siya na 1.85. But we can round it off to higher number, such as two passengers for private car, 19 passengers for jeepney, 10 for UB Express, etc., etc. And then when in converting the traffic volume into passenger car units, you have to multiply the traffic volume with the passenger car units that we have here in the table. So here is now the table here now shows us the result of the PCU data. So naiba na siya as compared here in the first table, except of course on the passenger car unit, since PC has one, but PUJ, UB Express, motorcycles now has the different numbers that is in terms of PCU. And also in computing for the passenger volume, you have to multiply the traffic volume in PCU by the average passenger load that we have on the second table. So the result now is shown in the second table. So we have a total of 16,616 passenger volume or passenger demand on that corridor. Okay. To assess the traffic situation, we also have this volume capacity ratio. As a planner, we are not only concerned on getting the passenger demand, but we are also concerned if the particular route or road section is already congested. So to get we need first the road width, as taken from the road inventory and the number of lanes. As an example, the eastbound road has 5.8 meters with 2 lanes, and the westbound road has 6.1 meter road carriageway with 2 lanes having 3.1 meters per lane. From the traffic engineering standard, each lane has 900 PCU per hour capacity per 3 meters wide lane. So given on the AM peak hour of 1,788 on the eastbound volume and 1,517 on the westbound volume, we can compute for the volume capacity ratio. So the road capacity, since we have 2 lanes for both directions, we multiply 900 by 2. So that gives us 1,800 PCU per hour. And in computing the volume capacity ratio, it is computed by dividing the peak hour by the road capacity. So in this case, eastbound gives us 0.99, while westbound gives us 0.84 BCR or volume capacity ratio. What does it mean? na kung 0.99 or 0.84. We can compare here at this level of service characteristics. 0.84 falls under level of service D, which means the road approaches unstable flow with nearly all drivers restricted, and the service volume corresponds to tolerable capacity. Medyo okay pa ito. While yung eastbound having 0.99 volume capacity ratio, it falls under E, the traffic volume near or at capacity. The flow is unstable with momentary stoppage. So traffic na to under level of service E. Okay, so that's our example of the volume capacity ratio and assessing the traffic impact of particular road. We also proceed with estimating the number of units or the fleet sizes for every mode, for every route. Based on the LPTRP manual, the number of units is computed by through the passenger volume or passenger demand divided by the ASC or the average seating capacity, VLF, viable load factor, and NRTI or the ideal number of round trips per day. And also, if we compute for the number of units, we also need to compute for the required fleet size to consider the repair and maintenance activities. So we need a utilization rate here after computing the number of units. So, okay, the explanation for the level of supply factors, actually the PV or the passenger volume or the passenger demand is the target passenger volume for the design year for future scenarios. So it's not the current year, but on our desired design year, say after 5 years or after 10 years, depending on the LGU or on the planners. And also, I've already discussed these other parameters, NU, ASC, BLF, and RTA. Let's proceed with an example. Okay, from the formula, number of units is equal to PV over BLF, ASC, and NRT. We have here an example of 1,195 passenger volume, a viable load factor of 0.7. Actually, that's the standard given to us by LTFRB, and the average seating capacity of 50. So this is minibus or bus, I suppose, while number of round trips 3 per day. So going through the computation, we have arrived at a number of units of 11.4, say 11 or even 12. But of course, we have to consider or to give allowance to the repair and maintenance. We assume a utilization rate of 0.8. So that gives us a fleet size of 11 divided by 0.8 equals 14. So that's the new number of units that we have for the specific route per vehicle. Okay.
Sir, 5 minutes to go po.
Okay. Thank you, Jess. And also, since we have discussed that we will be using the passenger volume on a designed year. So that means we have to project or forecast the passenger volume. So we have two types actually of computing for the passenger volume forecast or the normal growth of demand. This is the first one. This is in terms of socioeconomic growth, such as the population growth, per capita income growth. This is also coming from the growth rate method in forecasting the current passenger volume. Actually, we have this commonly used formula, even in accounting, in engineering. We use this. FB is equal to PB times 1 plus r raised to n, where FB is the forecast passenger volume, PB the present passenger volume, R is the annual growth rate in decimal, and N is the number of years from present. So we have this another example. If we want to know what is the, or determine what is the average growth rate per year, we should have two population data. In this case, we have 35,000 as population 1 in year 2010, or a base year population, and the population 2, 39,800 for year 2015, or 5 years after the base year population. So using the compounded formula, we have arrived that the average growth rate is 0.026 or 2.6%. So we can use this growth rate in forecasting the current passenger volume that we compute. For example, in year 20, now the current year 2021, we have passenger volume of 1,196 passenger per day using the computed 2.6% growth rate, and we want to project the passenger volume in 5 years. So that's 2026, year 2026. Now the forecasted volume gives us 1,395 passenger per day. Okay, and another type of computing the passenger volume forecasting is what we call the generated passenger volume. So this is applicable to estimating passenger volume due to a land use development in the future, say residential area, commercial center, industrial area, etc. So as shown in the table on the right side, we have these trip rates or person trips per 100 square meters. So for every hour and for every entrance and exit of a certain corridor or a certain building, these are the trip rates generated per standard. So we can use this based on land use type. Actually, this will also be discussed by our next presenter. So I will not be discussing in details on this. Okay. To end my presentation, let me, same with ENP or Doc Evan, let me leave you with a quotation from Anthony Fox, the liaison official from US. And he says, the reality about transportation is that it is future-oriented. If we're planning for what we have, we are behind the curve. I hope you had gained ample knowledge on my presentation, on the information that I discussed with you. Good afternoon and thank you very much.
Maraming salamat po, Engineer Eman, for the very beautiful presentation on traffic service and data analysis. Sana po walang na-nosebleed, no? Masyado siyang data intensive and yun, pero ganun talaga ang transport planning. You really have to deal with math. We appreciate your time this afternoon, Engineer Eman, and thank you po for giving us an overview of how the preparation of route plans are being prepared. Thank you po. Our next speaker is considered an authority in the field of transport planning, cognizant of his 25 years of experience in infrastructure development, planning, engineering, construction, monitoring, and policy research. He had engagements in consultancy services with ADB, JICA, World Bank, NGAs, and various local government units. Prior to joining the UIC, he was the Chief Executive Officer of DC Tech Builders Incorporated. He was formerly as well a provincial coordinator and road engineer of the 8 provincial road management facility and infrastructure specialist, as well as regional planner for USAID Growth with Equity or GEM. He was the OIC Executive Director and Chief Economic Development Specialist of the Mindanao Economic Development Council, the predecessor to the Mindanao Development Authority or MINDA. He began his career as a Senior Economic Development Specialist in 1995. He graduated as cum laude with a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from University of Immaculate Conception and top-notcher of the Civil Engineering Board examination. He holds a master's degree in urban and regional planning from the University of the Philippines. Our next presenter is the project lead of UIC's PPP projects such as the Davao Airport, Bacolod Airport, Busuanga Airport, Sasaport, Katiklan Port, Davao Monorail, Cebu Monorail, bus projects, waste to energy, smart city, etc. Dami, no? So, ang ating pong susunod na speaker will be talking about public transportation and active transportation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to present to you this afternoon the Authorized Managing Officer of UIC and Assistant Vice President for Operations of Udena Infrastructure Corporation, Engineer Manuel Jam Hamonir. Sir, magandang hapon po.
Good afternoon, Jesse. Can you see my screen?
Wala pa po, sir. Okay, sharing na po.
Okay. So, magandang hapon, maayong hapon, buenas tardes, and assalamualaikum to our dear participants, to the PIEP board, the chapter officers and members, and guests here in the Philippines and overseas. Let me extend my congratulations to the PIEP ZAMPEN BASULTA chapter for organizing this event. So it's a privilege for me to share to you this topic on public transport and active transportation. Well, I'll be sharing my experiences working in the transport sector, and right now I'm also responsible for the transport projects under our company. So the learning objectives is also serve as an outline of my presentation. Covers number one, the importance of public transport. Then second is the appreciation of the government's public transport modernization program. Then third is the the experience for these Davao and Cebu mass transit projects. And then lastly is to learn about the active transportation, particularly bicycle. So let's start the ball rolling with the public transport. I've been traveling to Zamboanga since 1995, and my last trip was around 2017. So I personally witnessed on how the traffic situation in Zamboanga has morphed over time. I usually take the door-to-door service, tricycle. The situation in Zamboanga is not unique. It mirrors all cities nationwide. Kumbaga, hindi nag-iisa si Zamboanga. So this reflects, among others, the pull and push between the supply and demand. So as experience here locally and worldwide, as the supply increases, the demand also moves upward. So you can see here in the picture, the case of EDSA. So no matter how pull there 6 to 8 lanes, still traffic. So even the major thoroughfares of our CBDs in cities outside of NCR, we also have similar experience. Of course, we all know there are a lot of factors that contributed to this dire situation. But the truth is, space is a limited resource. So hence, we have to be a good steward of this space. In fact, in a recent SWS survey, 9 for every 10 Filipinos said public and private transport should be prioritized on roads. But in reality right now, the cars are getting cheaper. In fact, there's a zero down payment for cars. But what's public transport? So public transport, or the short term for it is PP, usually refers to public passenger transport. So it provides mobility in the city and municipality. Hence, it reduces reliance on private vehicle use. So in the Philippines, there are various forms of mode of PP. It's quite, there's a wide range of road-based PP in the Philippines. But except for rail, all PT in the Philippines are provided through private initiatives. So you need now to balance the concerns of the providers and users. But what are these different public transport service? I cite an example here in the case of Davao. So these are the different land transport services, which is definitely similar to all LGUs all over the country. So see how the range of transport, PP transport services in the in our country. Same here in Cebu. Of course, you can see here the different characteristics of our public transport service. Unlike in some modern cities like Singapore, they have only bus and a rail. But in Bangkok, it's a different story. They have their famous tricycle also there in Bangkok. But I have this curious case of tricycle or the motorcycle taxi. So that's the English term for habal-habal. So if you read the Land Transportation Act and the GMC of DILG as cited here, tricycles are not allowed along national roads. But in reality, there are several tricycles plying along the national roads, including habal-habal or others, call it Skylab. In fact, LGUs have been issuing franchises to tricycles, including routes along the national roads. And there are also some LGUs, like in the case of Davao, they're lobbying for the legalization of motorcycle taxi. But as you know, the reality in the ground, especially in the rural and the suburbs, the only public transport available are tricycle and this habal-habal. The government plays a vital role in public transport. We have first, as mentioned earlier by Dr. Evan, we start with our comprehensive land use plan that's under LGU. Then the road infrastructure, it's combination of, if it is national road, you have DPWH. For local roads, you have the LGU. Then the regulation part on the side of the vehicle, that's LTO, and tricycles are LGU. On the franchising, again, both LTFRB and LGU. The route or service destination, you have the LTFRB and LGU. Fare setting, LTFRB and LGU. Then traffic enforcement, the MMDA, LGU, and the PNP are involved. So see, there are a lot of actors and players involved in the public sector, in the public transport sector. So you still have also the private operators providing the service. So the users concerned, the users concerned on public transport are speed, travel time, availability of the services, safety, comfort, and affordability or the fare. So as mentioned earlier by Eman, the previous speaker, the government has embarked into this PUV modernization program and issued the Omnibus Franchise Guidelines. So this program has different components. You have regulatory reform, the local public transport route plan, as explained earlier by Engineer Eman, that includes route rationalization. Then there's industry consolidation, fleet modernization. All of these things are happening now all over the Philippines under this since 2017. It's a welcome move by the national government to finally modernize. So we're still starting. We're currently, it's a work in progress. Hopefully over time, we'll be able to implement fully the desired objective of modernizing the PUV sector. So Eman shared about the local public transport plan. So this is a major component of the PUV modernization program, because the sole responsibility for this in crafting and implementing this manual is with the LGU, of course, with support coming from DOTR and its attached agencies. So these are the different classification and characteristics of public transport service. So Dr. Evan explained about the hierarchy of roads, and then Engineer Eman shared about the classification of public transport, the type of routes, then the classification of transit service. But I would like to highlight here this hierarchy and classification of PT modes. So as you see here in this table, so the tricycle has the lowest occupancy volume. So you can see the number of passengers. And of course, there's a corresponding number of, we call it the PPHD, or passenger per hour per direction. So it depends, depending on the demand. There's a corresponding PT mode that would cater to that demand. I'll explain later about the rail, because here it stops on the bus. So I'll share later my experience on rail. Earlier, Engineer Eman shared about the route planning process, but I would just like to highlight the key component in any evidence-based or science-based planning process is the availability of data. And then, of course, this follows that there should be funding for data collection. However, nowadays with with digital technology, we have this smart traffic management system with data capture. So you have Internet of Things. We have CCTVs already that's capable to recognize the plates and capable also to count the different types of vehicle. And we have also fare cards. Fare cards are very useful in determining, in using for boarding and alighting, and using the OD survey. Fare cards, they're very useful. So data is critical for any planning process, because we all know that. And then in the LTRP manual, I would like, there's the last component there is the monitoring and evaluation. And these are my recommendations to the LGU. We know there are several LGU and NGA planners here in this webinar. My advice is do not reinvent the wheel in data collection. First, you can integrate the transport or traffic KPIs. You have here the different performance indicator to LBP form number 4 or the local budget form number 4. The LGUs have been, it's a mandated requirement for the submission of their budget. So this can be form part, it can be integrated into the LBP form of the city planning or from the city traffic center. Second, honestly, we have to select the practical and doable KPIs that can be collected annually and periodically by the city planning or the city planning or the CTO. And make use of existing data gathering activities like CBMS or your annual socioeconomic planning, barangay surveys, there, and just integrate transport-related questions to these surveys. So this would make your life easier. And right now, there are a lot of secondary data available from Google, Apple, Waze, Grab. So you can forge partnership with these companies, because at the end of the day, we have to measure our efforts so that we can respond accordingly and then meet our KPIs as indicated in LBP form number 4. So in my introduction, I mentioned that road space is limited, and yet urban population density, the commercial activities have been increasing and sprouting, like in the case of Zamboanga City for the past 30 years. So there's a growth of 120% in its population. So it imposes a tons of pressure on the road network and as well as the public transport services. This is similar in Davao City. The road space in the urban center has not changed over the past decades. Yet it's the same public transport services are being provided. So we even digress from the practices globally. Instead of introducing high occupancy vehicles to serve the growing demand, there is a massive increase in the single or low occupancy vehicles like motorcycles, tricycles, habal-habal, cars in our streets. And this is also happening in the second largest metropolitan area in the country, that's Metro Cebu. Question is, how about your city? So definitely you experience a similar situation. So the way forward is a high capacity mass transit system. So let's take a closer look of this Davao and Cebu mass transit projects. Our company is the original proponent status holder for these two projects. I have served as the project lead for these two projects. From the households interview survey, from JICA here, almost 90% of the household respondents preferred an urban mass transit system as a public transport service. So I'm certain that the residents of the other highly urbanized cities in the Philippines preferred an urban mass transit system. So we went through the process. The first step is data collection. You have the traffic survey. So Engineer Eman shared to us the different the primary data collection for traffic surveys. Then we also collect secondary data like the AADT from DPWH, the right-of-way, the data from LTFRB, LTO, and we did an alignment assessment. So with all this information, we're able to identify the potential alignment and then the station locations. So this is a sample on the results of our passenger. This is a POJ passenger survey in key corridor. Actually, it's easy to identify the key corridors of any city. You can do it through just a windshield survey, or your own personal experience, or even using the DPWH data, average annual daily traffic data. So you can now determine the key corridors of your city. So the result is, so this is the proposed mass transit alignment for Davao. Okay, then aside from the rail project in the city, another mass transit project in Davao City is the HPBPS, or the High Priority Bus System. This project entails phasing out all POGs and replace them with buses. So from 120 POG routes, it will be down now to 29 routes of buses. So it's a combination of different capacity of buses. This is the first of its kind in the country today, if I'm not mistaken. Let's pray for the success of this project to serve as model for replication to other highly urbanized cities in the country. In fact, these bus and rail projects complement each other through feeder and trunk system. My model for this concept is the Kuala Lumpur rail and bus system. In KL, for every station, there is a corresponding bus feeder that feeds passengers to the rail station, or to the rail system. So that's, it's happening not in Singapore, in Japan, in Hong Kong. So that's the model for the complementation between the rail and bus. Then second is, of course, the first one, data collection. Second one is to identify ongoing or committed projects. My example here is Cebu. In Metro Cebu, you can see the proposed public transport projects. That's the rail and the BRT. Then in terms of infrastructure, you have the proposed Metro Cebu Expressway, the two bridges. One is ongoing, the other one will start soon. Then you have the coastal road. So with all this information, the third step is the traffic demand forecast. So you input now the results of the traffic survey, the selected alignment, the public transport routes, then you have the GIS data, then the secondary data, as well as all those ongoing and committed transport projects. Then you have the traffic modeling software. So in our case, we use Strada, and then with the software, you'll be able to produce the traffic demand forecast. So depending on the results of the traffic forecast, there are several choices of transport technologies. So we have here cable car, I think coming soon in NCR, cable pulled APM. That's you can see that in Hong Kong. Monorail, so is there a light or a heavy monorail, a straddle or a suspended monorail, regional tram, LRT, MRT, we have that in Manila, then the bus and the BRT projects. So there are a lot of choices. Fourth is technology selection. So this graph is very helpful for planners as we select the right technology depending, for among others, the PPHD. So if you look at here in the graph, so we have the buses, then you have the different types of rail. So you just have to do from your survey, you need to determine your PPHPD or the passenger per hour per direction, then the daily ridership, your forecast period, then you can now identify which technology that suit to your demand. Again, it's not an easy process. So the result is for Davao, we call it the Davao People Mover. So it's a 13-kilometer straddle type monorail with approximately 16 stations. So monorail has two types. You have the straddle and you have the suspended monorail. I've tried the suspended monorail in Japan. The third one is the Cebu monorail transit. So there's a central line and then it connects to the airport line. So again, it's another straddle type monorail project. So what are the benefits for these monorail projects? You can see here, in terms of passenger fare comparison for Cebu, it's very competitive compared to the existing PT services in Cebu. And if you look at here, the comparative advantage of monorail here in Davao, of course, the number one benefit is the travel time. And of course, if you look at also the fare, it's not really that far from the existing PT service. So there are a lot of benefits coming from this mass transit project. But at the end of the day, we need to provide a better quality of life for all. So this is the transport approach I learned from our experience. First, in terms of land use, you have to promote a transit-oriented development. I'll show an example later. Second is the complementation of transport modes. You have the port, you have the seaport, and of course, you have the rail, and you have the interregional or interprovincial buses with the infrastructure development. So DPWH and DOTR plays a very vital role for the complementation within the transport sector. Third, there are a lot of transport and traffic policies that have to be implemented. Like discussed earlier with regard to public route system, then you have issues of parking building, on or off-street parking, the travel demand management measures, the pedestrianization, bicycle lanes, then the underground utilities. So there are a lot to cover. No? The transport is a very complicated sector. So one of the examples of TOD is MRT3, particularly along the station in Trinoma. So I'm sharing to you here a photo on the evolution of that Trinoma. So from 2004. By the way, the depot for MRT3 is under the Trinoma. It's an underground depot. Okay, so you can see the development over time from 2004 to 2011 and now to 2017. And my forecast is there are a lot of rail projects now being implemented by the government, and we would see a lot of TOD type of development. This is a natural attraction for real estate developers. So TOD is the most suited land use model for promoting active transportation because it's convenient, safe, comfortable, and just short distance. So what's active transportation? So the US Center for Disease Control and Prevention defines active transport as any means using self-propelled, human-powered mode of transportation. So we just have to differentiate it because in a non-motorized NMT, meron din tayong animal-driven transportation. No? So just to differentiate it from the other types of non-motorized transportation. So starting last year, with the onset of pandemic, the bicycle has become our response to the pandemic due to restrictions imposed on our public transport services. But there are a lot of benefits offered by bicycle. It maintains physical distancing. It delivers substantial environmental and health benefits. And you have the efficient use of road space. Then it's a resilient and equitable transport solution. So it's really very nice to see. I posted here the Iloilo bike lane. So kudos to DPWH for in their project, they already incorporated the bike lane and the sidewalks together with the carriageway for the motorized vehicle. So it's a very wonderful design. But as you know, a lot of cities have passed bicycle ordinance even prior to COVID. Like in the case of Davao City, the ordinance was passed, I think, 11 years ago. I'm sure Marikina also has passed bicycle ordinance for a long time. So this pandemic leads to bicycle boom, not just locally, but including globally. But the challenge now is how do we make cycling safe? As you can see here in the latest figure in Metro Manila, there are about the fatalities here as collected by MMARAS, about 36 fatal incident within Metro Manila. So I don't know, hopefully the TARAS is still working in DPWH and by the LGU's Traffic Management Office collecting all this information. Because we need to make cycling safe by combining more bicycle-friendly infrastructure and aggressive bicycle education to the drivers, to the cyclists. After a year, we experienced some birth pains. You can see here, like the Grab or motorcycle using the bike lanes, and you can see in these photos, there's no bike lane, and the bike lane is used for parking. Of course, I am very optimistic that over time, people will be able to adapt and with the increased usage of bicycle under this new normal. So for the first time, the government has embarked into a nationwide bike lane network, and it will also become a standard feature of the road network. So we can see that in the newly opened roads and bridges of DPWH. This is a welcome development. However, we all know that this bike lane, especially for the existing road, it also reduces some level of service because it eats some space. It is a space on the existing road infrastructure. So this bike lane network should be implemented coupled with the introduction of high occupancy vehicle. So to maximize the existing road space and not to degrade the level of service of our road infrastructure. So what are my takeaways? My takeaways are, is it only a trend? We have the case of Marikina, which implemented the bike lane network around in the early 2000s. So, I mean, it has waned over time, but the pandemic has revived the bicycle. Second, are you a Monday or a Sunday cyclist? Or when you say Monday, do you use bicycle and going to work or just for recreation? But I'm seeing a lot of, I have several friends who are now using bicycles. The trip purpose is to work and that's a good indicator on the adoption of bicycle in this new normal. However, I'd like to highlight that the Monday cyclist, for the Monday cyclist, this will thrive in a TOD or mixed use development because the trip is short. The next question is, are LGUs funding bike lanes for local roads? We know DPWH are very aggressive together with DOTR for the national roads, but how about for the local roads? And finally, please, let's not forget the sidewalks. There's too much focus now on the bike lanes, but we forgot the sidewalks, the pedestrianizations. So we should always include that in our plan, because if you look at the OD usually starts with walking and ends in walking. So the goal for cities is to redesign the streets and roads, then adopt key policies to support cycling, make it safe, easy, and fun to cycle for everybody, walking, okay, and open spaces. But we need to promote cycling to local residents and tourists. So this is my final takeaway. There's an ongoing discourse between road infra and public transport. So if you look at all the local, particularly the local development plans, CLUP, CDP, the emphasis is accorded on road infrastructure. Well, is understandable, because if you approach a layman, if you ask them what's the solution to address traffic congestion, the common answer is more roads. Widen the roads, build more roads, right? Then second, if you look at the national and the local budgets, it favors road infrastructure. So DPWH has around 700 billion budget this year, while the land transport for DOTR is just around 7 billion, and you add around 50 billion for rail. So, but it's more glaring at the LGU level. The development funds contain mostly the infrastructure development projects. Like right now, we have several bypass roads, the coastal roads, and even flyovers being constructed in major cities as an answer to the congestion. So this led to being car-centric and it increases private motor vehicle dependency. So all road projects should be evaluated on their impact of moving people rather than private cars. So, however, on the flip side, we all know that public transport provides an inclusive and people-oriented mobility. And we all know that the number one solution is to provide a modern, safe, reliable, and affordable transport. But it's not an easy job. To try to address it, it has a major political and social problems. I'm sure all of us experience that. So expect mass protests. There will be a lot of huelgas. But if you look at the budget now, there's a very small allocation for PPs. Then at a national level, the current threshold limit mass transit projects outside of Luzon, basically because of the population density. 10 of 11 rail projects are in Luzon. 2 out of 4 bus projects are Luzon. Again, for decision makers and the planners, we have to balance the road infrastructure requirement and public transport requirement. But this requires political will, which is unfortunately is a very scarce resource. So let me end my presentation by saying that the road to progress is always under construction. Maraming salamat, good day, and stay safe, everyone.
Muchísimas gracias, Engineer Jam, for your presentation. I think overwhelmed na siguro tayo sa dami ng mga learnings this afternoon. No? 3 speakers pa lang yan. And to allow us siguro to digest everything that we've learned so far from our esteemed speakers, may we invite Dr. Jihan Adil to facilitate the open forum. The questions will be read from the chats that were posted earlier by our participants, and this will be answered by the respective speakers that the questions are addressed to. Dr. Jihan, take it away po.
Hello, fellow ENPs. It's great to have you with us in this virtual webinar to tackle one of the indispensable tools for sustainable green urban development, and that is local transport planning. So it's now time for the first round of the open forum, where our three resource persons will once again share with us their responses to some of the pressing questions, clarifications, and comments raised earlier using the chat box. If you will recall, during the session of Dr. Evan, he actually discussed to us the modes and subsectors of transport. He also presented the salient features of the national transport policy, as well as the link between transport, land use, and environmental management. He ended by discussing the challenges and opportunities of efficient transport and spatial planning, particularly highlighting yung current initiatives to improve transport planning at the local level. Considering the limited time to fully discuss the topic, I have actually noted 9 questions addressed to Dr. Evan. Actually, Dr. Evan already addressed or responded to some of these questions via chat. Okay. However, we would like again to take advantage of the presence of Dr. Evan to share with us, okay, some of the inputs, additional inputs based on the questions and comments of our participants in this webinar. So, Dr. Evan, please take over. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon again. Hello. Yes. Can you hear me?
Hi, sir. We can hear you po.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
All right. Guys, thank you, Dr. Gian. I actually tried to answer all the questions already, but I selected probably 3, no? So let me address this directly. A good question raised by Dr. Ed Bisquera about the road construction, which is now common among wilderness and protected areas. So it's talking about roads actually that are already encroaching into the protected areas, affecting biodiversity, and how he was asking how we can reconcile development and conservation. So actually this situation is quite complex, no? This can even be classified as a wicked problem. Ideally, kasi the protected area should not be provided by road access, no? But the reality is we have communities inside protected areas, and some of them are actually informal settlers, but some have tenurial instruments. So with that, if you have communities inside the protected areas, they need social services and they need access. So that is the challenge actually. So I think the way to address this is address the issue about informal settlers. They shouldn't be where they are now. And in terms of for those who are legally there with tenurial instruments, we can probably explore limiting it to two-wheel drive vehicles, or even just footpaths and trails, and not encourage four-wheel vehicles, because this will be the start. If you once it is already accessible by four-wheel vehicles, that will be the start of the pressure to in terms of degradation. Okay, and this again, as Jam said, this will require a very rare resource, which is political will. It's unfortunately cannot be just acquired everywhere, but enforcement is really the key here, huh? Right? Okay. So another one probably is very quickly the question of Doc ENP Abel, Doc Abel, about the the EDSA. I think Jam and Eman can also add to this now. So the problem there actually is, uh, supposed to be EDSA is for mobility, but because of the demand for improved accessibility for the commercial development, wala tayong magawa, no? Then yun nga sabi ng aking friend, former ASEC, na it's there already. So what we can do is maximize the expressways, for the elevated expressways for mobility, and then also address the ground level in traffic. No, so but really the key there is really a careful study of how this can be balanced. Nandun na kasi yung elevated expressway, so better divert those traffic na kailangan ng mobility, and yung mga hindi naman kailangan pumunta sa mga yung commercial area, doon na siya sa taas, from north to south to airport probably, right? Okay, so the last one is very quickly again, si from ENTUC Dan Villa, one, no? Yung about paano ito kailangan daw itong mga points na ma-convert into law, no? Kasi kailangan natin ng policy to enforce this. Yes. Actually is sir, no? Ito po yung aking advocacy. Yung sabi niya kasi yung mga points na raise ko, sana ay ma-translate ito into concrete policies. This is actually my advocacy, no? That we should put environment as a major consideration. Appreciate the value of really conserving, because pag nawala po yung ating mga ecosystem services, no, puro na lang tayo build, and puro na lang tayo lahat without considering this, ay hindi po magandang mayari, no? And that is why we hope that we can have the advocacy na makarating ito. Enforcement kasi ang dapat, no? I'm glad to be able to address some measure with the local road network development plan with GMG, PDILG, because I assisted in the guidelines, and I'm happy na now it's in effect, no? So maraming considerations doon to really avoid encroaching into environmental protected areas. Okay? I've answered na yung iba, no? Nasa chat na is I think nandun na. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Evan, for reinforcing our knowledge on important transport planning concepts that considers environmental management. Now, during the second session, Engineer Erman Avengosa actually presented to us the role, significance, and processes of local public transport route planning. He also highlighted and explained the conduct and processing of various traffic and transport surveys, as well as techniques of traffic demand analysis and forecasting. So to further enlighten us, based on the questions that we have received from our participants, so may I once again call on Engineer Erman Avengosa, please, sir, to share with us your responses.
Thank you, Doc Gian. Actually, I have here several questions, and some of the few questions I have already answered through the chat box. But yung mga naka-consolidate, medyo mahirap sagutin isa-isa. So I'll just answer na lang here through this period. One good question from ENP Reina, remote team. Gaano kalaki sample of the whole population para sa data every route? Actually, there is no mentioned standard or requirement stated by DOTR or LTFRB in the LPTRP manual, but in computing especially the passenger demand or the passenger volume, it would be better or it would be practical if we cover all the routes that that exist currently. For example, in a PUJ routes, we can conduct a license plate, a boarding, alighting, and the other one, and a boarding, alighting survey throughout the day. We can select, since the demand, the travel demand pattern differs during weekday and during weekend. It would be better if we conduct traffic count survey on the weekday period and another one on a weekend, covering the operation hours in the morning, let's say from 6 a.m. Until midnight, which is maybe in an area up to 6 p.m. or in some other areas up to 10 p.m. So that would be good to have for in order for us to come up with a more accurate and high quality data. Also for other surveys such as operators interview or passengers interview or drivers interview. For the operators, if there are only 5 or 10 operators, then it would be good if we interview all of them as well as with the drivers. But for the passengers, we can only allot, similar with the license plate survey or the boarding alighting, we can only allot surveys during the survey that we conduct for license plate. Like we will have data during weekend and also during weekday. So that's it. And another one from ENP Noemi Barreto. How can the LGU regulate the tricycad, pajak, motorcycles, and tricycles? Most of these are operating for the economic survival of their families. Yes, actually, that should be covered also by the local public transport route plan. As discussed previously by Doc Evan, by ENP Jam, that we have these different types or hierarchy of roads, such as arterial, collector, and local. For the public utility vehicle, we also have that kind of hierarchy. For example, we can use bus for the arterial road and collector, jeepney for the collector roads, while we can utilize tricycle or tricycad, pajak, or even habal-habal for the local roads. So they should or they will complement with each other. And then another one from Marion Maika Timio. How can LGU automate these surveys? Maybe a similar system with the Stay Safe application. 3, yes. Especially now that we are in pandemic, it would be practical and it would be I would also recommend that we go digital in conducting survey. Our surveyors or enumerators will be at risk if they will be exposed in riding a vehicle, a jeepney or buses. So I hope there are now developers doing or preparing this type of survey, especially on the license plate, and also on the boarding alighting using using social media or any other application that is applicable. Okay, and then last. From Ma'am Abel, if several municipalities or cities are not able to comply with the submission of LTPRP, what will the option of the province in coming up with the inter-municipal city routes? Actually, Ma'am Abel, the intra-city or intra-municipal routes do not overlap with the inter-municipal and the intercity routes. So medyo ano sila, independent sila with each other. So the city or the municipality can come up with the LPTRP focused on the intra and the intra-municipal or inter-barangay, while the province will focus on the inter-municipal routes. Okay, thank you very much. And actually, there's another one that says they need help in preparing LPTRP. Actually, I think most of the speakers here are also consultants. You can ask them directly, Doc Evan, ENP Jam, and even Doc June later. Once he discuss his own topic, he is also involved in many transportation planning firms.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much, Engineer Eman, for your additional advices. No, actually, I really appreciated your lecture, particularly on how to do yung mga traffic surveys and how to analyze and evaluate yung resulting data. So, last but not the least, si Engineer Manuel Hamonir discussed to us no public transportation and active transportation. Actually, very concise and very clear ang presentation ni Sir Jam that we have, I think, only received 2 questions. Karamihan is mostly mga comments and reactions na to his presentations. No? So, Sir Jam, please take over the virtual screen po. Maraming salamat.
Thanks, Jihan. So there are some questions here. So I'll answer 3 of them, and then the rest I'll answer directly to the one who posed the question. First is why monorail instead of BRT? I think I shared a graph. First, it depends on the demand. Then from the demand, you have to look at also your existing alignment. One of the constraints why we did not push for BRT is the availability of right of way, because you'll be eating a road space, and especially in areas if there are a lot of commercial developments already, because the land use pattern in the Philippines are ribbon type development. So it's really very expensive to acquire the right of way. So again, just a summary. Number 1 is the demand, the traffic demand, and second is the situation of your existing right of way. Then there's a question about regarding the 30 km/h speed in urban areas. Well, in Davao City, it's strictly implemented. If there are road sections, especially in the urban areas, it's only 30 kph. But the major arterial roads, the speed is just 60 kph. So you cannot bring your Lamborghini here. So that's the speed imposed by the city using through the ordinance. But there is a law for that. I think it's the Land Transportation Act that provides the speed for certain type of roads. Okay, here. How do we add and redesign streets for bikes if the roads are already insufficient to carry existing vehicle traffic? The DPWH have issued a department order on the road designs of the designs for bike lanes on existing road, and also they introduce a new design for new road construction. So it's really difficult because it will affect the level of service. That's why if you notice in my think on the later part of my presentation, I suggested that this should also be coupled with the use of high occupancy vehicle. And second, you may have to impose travel demand management measures so that you can put some now available space for bicycles and sidewalks. It's not an easy job, so you have to sit down and work closely and with the different national government agencies as well as with the different sectors. Though right now, my personal experience, yes, they provided the bicycle lane. It's good that some are now with bollards, so it's a protected bicycle lanes. That's good for us, but again, you're sacrificing the space for well, public transport and the private transport. But again, it's not an easy task. It has to be worked closely, and it should be led by the local government units. There's a question here. What can be a compelling political incentive to allure officials to look into alternative public transport. I don't have a direct answer, but I can share to you one experience while working with House Aid together with Evan Abel. There's this project, Provincial Road Management Facility, and the successor is the CMGP. And the way this project was organized is we're bringing, it's an incentive-based project. So the idea is to give incentive to local government units if they're able to meet some key performance indicators. And the key performance indicators are related on governance, on road maintenance, related on human capability, the human resource development of an LGU. So maybe you can develop a similar package, provide, it's now high time for the national government to help the LGU. Though we know that starting next year, they're now starting to devolve more functions plus funds to the LGU with the implementation of the Mandanas ruling by the Supreme Court. But again, the LGUs need assistance for as a form of incentive in rolling out rolling out the PUV modernization and including these other mass transit projects. Wow. What's your take on Hyperloop, which has been flagged as the transport of the future? I know that's very expensive. I'm a fan of Elon Musk, uh, but that's very, very expensive. It's a novel idea. It's a good project, but again, we can't. But as a new type of transport infrastructure and a transport service, it's good. But I hopefully it will not be right now because what I saw are low occupancy. Hopefully they'll increase that to a higher occupancy, the capacity of this Hyperloop system. Okay, so I'll respond directly to some of the questions posted here in the chat.
Thank
Yun.
you. Thank you very much, Engineer Jam, for the additional insights. So that ends the first part of our open forum. I highly encourage everyone, just in case some additional thoughts come to mind, please take advantage of this opportunity to raise your questions to our expert resource persons by typing in your questions in the chat box. Okay, so back to you, ENP Jessie.
Thank you po, Dr. Jihan. Rest assured, for those who has still questions in mind, you can still chat them in our chat box. We still have a part 2 open forum after the next 2 presentations. We would like to remind everyone that in the interest of time, we will only entertain questions via chat. We cannot entertain questions live po, so that we can save time and allow other presenters to present what they have to offer this afternoon. Ang ganda po ng retention natin kasi magaganda yung mga exchanges and insights na nakukuha natin sa mga presenters, and we are very happy. But the general gist so far from the discussions is there's no one-size-fits-all solution to transport problems. And the solution, I think the remedy to that is really data, information, data. So yun po, no? The next batch of presenters are equally esteemed and equally high caliber. And we are hopeful that you can still stay with us as we go to our next and fourth presenter, which will be discussing about traffic impact assessment. Our next presenter has 25 years of involvement in transport sector and geographic information system with strong educational foundation through a BS Civil Engineering degree from UP Diliman. He also has a master's degree in logistics and information engineering and a doctor's degree in transport systems engineering, both acquired from the Tokyo University of Mercantile Marine in Japan. His relevant experiences include several engagements as transport infrastructure and GIS specialist with various national and foreign assistance development projects. With such roles, he was able to provide technical and advisory services in planning, capacitate several urban planners on the environmental planning and traffic engineering, and formulate transport and land use plans for local government units. The next speaker ranked #1 in the 2007 Environmental Planning Licensure exam and is currently teaching at the UP School of Urban and Regional Planning. He has written over 40 papers published in referred journals and is currently a recipient of the 1 UP Professional Award for Teaching and Research. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud and happy to have with us this afternoon our fourth speaker, Dr. June T. Castro. Sir, magandang hapon po. We
Yes.
cannot hear you pa po. Okay na po.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen. Disabled. Can you please? Yeah, I have disabled participant screen sharing.
Try daw po ulit, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of us. Thank you very much, Jess, for that introduction. I would like to thank the organizing committee of this seminar on local transport planning for inviting us over to be one of the speakers of this very soon to be successful seminar. No, I heard, or I can see that there are around 300 participants, registered participants. No, and I hope that the participants can get some knowledge on local transport planning, as well as inspire some of you to probably take transport planning as a profession. No? And my top topic is on traffic impact assessment, which has very real-world practical applications, no, on local transport planning, and can be a source of additional income, no, for transportation planners. Now, these are the learning objectives of this lecture, and at the end of the lecture, the participants are expected to have an understanding of the traffic impacts of urban developments. And number two is to have an appreciation of the importance or possible role of traffic impact assessment as a tool to alleviate some of our traffic problems. And third, but not the least, is to have an understanding of the content, the scope, the processes, the mechanisms, and analysis involved in traffic impact analysis. Now, we all know that any construction or any building construction generate traffic. No? And this traffic can be in the form of different traffic impacts in the form of traffic congestion or increased traffic conflicts or traffic accidents. No? However, if we can quantify these impacts and have an understanding of these impacts, then we can plan in advance possible mitigating measures in order to reduce these impacts. And the process of identifying these impacts, of quantifying these impacts, and determining the mitigating measures is called Traffic Impact Assessment, or TIA. So TIA is just an evaluation of the potential effects of a particular development and the traffic impacts, which are represented on the road transportation network. And the magnitude of a TIA study would vary depending on the type and size of development, as well as location of development. The size and type of development, of course, for example, if you have residential subdivisions or residential commercial buildings, this will have more traffic impacts than areas that are located in rural areas, no? Such as agricultural areas. Also dependent on location, because if the development will be located in a central business district, this will have, of course, greater impacts than those located in suburban areas. And also, those along located busy highways will have greater impact than other rural roads. Now, these are the three main objectives of a TIA study. Of course, identifying the impacts, we assess and analyze and quantify these impacts, and of course, we identify the mitigating measures. Now, these are just some of the questions that the TIA can answer. So what will be the impact on traffic of the new development on the existing streets or arterial roads, and how these impacts can be mitigated? And once we have identified these mitigation measures, then what are the transportation improvements needed to serve the traffic generated by the new development? Once we have identified again the transportation improvements, who will shoulder the costs? How much will be the cost of these improvements? Also, will the new development aggravate any existing safety hazards or create new ones? And if so, how can those hazards be corrected? Another question is, can the proposed development be served by public transportation? Or can it be served by active transportation, which was discussed a while ago? So can it have development friendly? Will the mitigating measures be development friendly towards bicyclists and pedestrians? Or is parking sufficient? Or is there an opportunity to share parking with other land users? And of course, in the design of the driveways, are driveways needed? And what will be the appropriate design? And if a driveway is proposed to be signalized, is the traffic signal really be needed? So these are just some of the questions which your TIA analysis can answer. Now, the conduct of a TIA involves the application of transportation planning processes, no? As discussed by Dr. Evan, ENP JAM, as well as ENP EMAN. And it involves the estimation of traffic. Now, in the estimation of traffic, as discussed before, this will involve travel demand forecasting, or forecasting or predicting the amount of trips as a result of the development. And also, it will involve the analysis of the impacts of the forecasted travel demand on the level of service of the transportation system. Now, there are 5 steps in a TIA study. The first one is conducting if it's really warranted. No? So you conduct a warrant analysis to determine if a particular proposed development really warrants the conduct of a TIA. Now, the second step is the evaluation, which is the conduct of traffic impact analysis and evaluation of the severity of impacts. The third one is mitigation. Now we have identified the traffic impacts, what will be the appropriate mitigating measures. And fourth one, implementation. This is the development of the institutional mechanisms for implementing the mitigating measures. So who will shoulder these mitigating measures? Will it be the project proponent? Will it be the government, the local government, the national government, or could be a cost-sharing system? And last is the preparation of the TIA report, which involves documentation and submission to the authorities. Now, the first step is warrants for a TIA. So in here, we have here, this is from the study published by the UP National Center for Transportation Studies on the formulation of guidelines for traffic impact assessment in the Philippines. No? And according to them, TIA is warranted if, one, if the traffic volume will be generated 100. No? The development will generate 100 or more peak hour vehicle trips to and from the area. And the second one is space. So when the proposed development has a size value with magnitude equal to or existing the corresponding size value. So you have here different development types: residential, education, office building, commercial, and so on. And then you have the size threshold values. It says here that if your residential project will have 100 dwelling units, that means that a TIA study is required. Another example is if you're building a commercial building, if it's if your development is more than 810 square meters gross floor area, that means that the TIA study is required. So these are your minimum size threshold values in order for you to determine if a TIA study is needed or not. So another warrant for a TIA study is if you are doing reclassification of land uses, if you are modifying a public roadway, and if the development is located in a high traffic impact area. Now, these are examples of TIA applications as submitted to the Environmental Management Bureau in their application for an ECC, Environmental Compliance Certificate. You have here the developments and the characteristics, lot area, gross floor area, the number of floors, the parking spaces. And so in here, so many projects do not undertake a TIA despite the need, because the Environmental Impact Assessment Review Committee, or the EMB, or the LGU does not have the expertise or capacity to conduct one. And as you can see, the green areas here are those examples with good TIA application, because they readily conducted a full traffic impact assessment study. And also you have bad examples, such as this Sky City, which did not submit or conducted a full TIA study. Even though the EMB has required them to submit a full TIA study, it was not submitted, and they just submitted a traffic management plan. Okay, so their application was disapproved because they did not comply with the TIA requirements required by the review committee. Now, this shows you the difference between the TIA and traffic management plan. So the traffic management plan is only a part of the TIA and are just characterizations of current traffic without the development. And they contain qualitative and yet generic recommendations only. And most of these traffic management plans that are not part of the TIA pass the responsibility for mitigating the impacts to the local authorities. So the MMDA, the LGUs, or the national governments. Now, the second step involves evaluation. So this, we have to discuss travel demand forecasting. This was discussed a while ago in previous presentations, but I have to reiterate it once again, because as I've said, TIA is just a real-world application of all those concepts that were presented earlier. So you have the modeling land use and transport interaction, which was discussed by Doc Evan in his first presentation. So you have land use and transport interaction, or LUTI. And of course, you use the tried and tested modeling, no? Travel demand modeling, which is trip generation, trip distribution, modal split, and traffic assignment. So travel demand is just represented as number of trips, right? A trip is just a one-way movement from an origin to a destination. And it is influenced by different factors, such as spatial distribution of land uses. For example, a commercial zone will have more uh, amount of trips than agricultural areas. And it is also affected by several socioeconomic variables like income, age, car ownership, sex, marital status of the trip maker. And then these are just some of the classification of trips. It can be classified by trip purpose, could be to work, to school, recreation, shop, so on. And it varies depending on the time of day. And of course, as mentioned a while ago, it varies according to person type. Okay, so travel demand is dependent on the land use, and of course, the land use type and its intensity, the traffic generated in the zones, and also it's dependent on the spatial interactions of these different origin and destination zones. So you have here trip distribution, or the movement of the amount of trips from one origin to another destination, and of course on the modal split. So which means that the kind of transport mode the trip makers will be using. So it can be private cars, it can be public transportation such as buses, trains, tricycles, active transportation, walking, or biking. And of course, the last stage is that these trips will have to be distributed or assigned to the road network. That's why you have route choice and assignment. But the choice of route would depend on the network capacity and the level of service. So before we can conduct traffic modeling, we have to represent the transportation network. And the transportation network can be represented as traffic analysis zones. So the study area is divided into different zones. The traffic analysis zones, these are your origin and destination zones. And the nodes representing nodal centroids are paired by a link to represent an origin destination. So you have movements between these origin and destination pairs. So links of varying thickness and colors represent values of person trips coming from one zone going to another. So in here, as you can see, you have lines of varying thicknesses, which means that this line, which is thick, so you have a pink line, which is relatively thicker than the other lines. This represents high amount of trips coming from zone 3 to this particular zone 1 here. And the thinner lines there represent lower number of trips from the different OD destination pairs. And of course, these trips are assigned to the transportation network composed of your links and your nodes. So your nodes are just the intersections of your different links. Okay, so as I've said, the classical four-step model is a tried and tested model to predict the flows on the road transportation network. Okay, so these models use land use and socioeconomic variables as a basis for estimating the amount of trips. And this is also known as a sequential model because it is comprised of 4 submodels: your trip generation, trip distribution, model split, trip assignment, and they are employed in a sequential process. Okay, so the final output are link flows, or the amount of trips or vehicle flows in each of the road network or road segment. So step 1 is trip generation, which is just predicting the number of trips produced by and attracted to each zone. So if you total the number of trips produced and attracted, you get trip generation. Okay, so it predicts the total flows into and out of each zone in the study area, but it doesn't predict where these flows are coming from or going to. That's why we have step 2, which is trip distribution. So trip distribution will just make a prediction of the origin and destination flows, resulting to your origin destination matrix. Okay, so in a previous example, given we have a 10,000 person trips generated here in this origin, in this area, in this zone. So how many or what percentage of these 10,000 person trips will be going to the different zones? So zone A, zone B, zone C, or can be internal trips within the zones. Okay. So if we have information on these percentages, for example, here we have 50% of the trips will be going to zone A. So 50% times 10,000 will be 5,000 person trips will be going to zone A from our origin. So step 3 is model split, which predicts the percentages of flow, which will use each of the mode. No? So the mode can be private vehicles, or it could be public transportation. Okay, and it is considered as behavioral or making choices. So for example, if the trip maker owns a vehicle, a private car, then there will be a high probability that he will be using his car to make the trip. So so our data going to A, we have 5,000 person trips. If we know the share or the mode share of trip makers who will be using private cars, then we can just multiply 5,000 person trips times 40%. That will result to 2,000 trips or 2,000 persons. And if we consider that a car can have 2.2 persons per car, then we can have 910 cars. So the same process is made for buses and for LRT or other types of public transportation. Now, step 4 now involves trip assignment, or the trips are then distributed to our road network. Okay. So as an example, once again, those going to A by private car, you have 910 cars, and you have information that 50% will be using route 1, which is this green route here. Then you just multiply 910 times 50%, you have 455 cars taking this green route. For route 2, which is this red route, it's 30%. So multiply by 910 cars, you have 273 cars. And for route 3, you have 910 cars. Multiply that with 20%, you have 182 cars. Which means that for the trip makers, the majority of the trip makers will be using route 1 as their transportation. Okay, so once we have forecasted where these trips will be going, or how these trips will be distributed in our road system, then we can now forecast our traffic. So the forecasting is done by just determining the combined traffic volume for the existing traffic, and of course for the natural growth, for the proposed development, and of course the other development as well. So as you can see, the blue here represents traffic due to the existing traffic. Okay, so the number of cars here, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 vehicles here is due to the existing traffic. And then for natural growth, we have 2 vehicles due to this natural growth. And for your proposed development, you have 3 vehicles because of the proposed development, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vehicles for the other development. Now, these are the assessment cases, at least 4 assessment cases. First is, of course, existing conditions. The second one is background conditions. This is just existing conditions plus the approved projects plus expected growth. And then the third assessment case is project conditions, which is just your background conditions plus your project. Okay, and then the fourth one is mitigating measures, which is just your project conditions plus your proposed mitigating measures. All right, so how do we evaluate now these impacts? So it is evaluated using measures of effectiveness, or what we call MOE. And these are parameters which describe the effectiveness or quality of the service provided to the trip maker. And some of the indicators are the road level of service, which is just a description of the intensity of congestion on a road or an intersection. And it's rated from A, uncongested, to F, meaning most congested. And other indicators as well: average traffic speed, average commute time, delay hours, emissions, and congestion costs. Now, these measures of effectiveness are readily available in some of the travel demand forecasting software that are available in the market. No? I heard a while ago in the previous presentation, for example, the JICA Strada, okay, also indicates or gives these indicators or measures, different measures of effectiveness. So this is your level of service. An example is for a highway. So it's a qualitative measure which describes the conditions of traffic, the traffic stream. And it ranges from A, which means uncongested or free flow traffic, to level of service F, which is very congested condition, or forced flow or stop and go condition. And of course, those level of services has corresponding volume over capacity ratio, or the volume of traffic divided by the road capacity ratio. So if it's less than 0.2, this is considered as level of service A, which means uncongested conditions. And if it's greater than 1, this means it has a level of service F with forced flow and stop and go conditions. And then these are just examples of what will be the minimum study area. So it should include all critical site access points, as well as signalized and unsignalized intersections adjacent to the site. So if this is our project site, then the intersections and roads that have to be considered are this road B, E, F, D, C, and this road here, and these 6 intersections. Also, you have to conduct inventories. What are the road characteristics of the roads being considered, its function, carriageway width, the number of traffic lanes, the sidewalk width, pavement quality and type, and remarks if the road has a median or not. And also under inventories, you have to consider terminals as well, off street or on street, because in many major developments, you have to consider public transportation as well. Example of traffic surveys, traffic counts. Well, you have to conduct your primary traffic surveys as well, specifically intersection traffic counts. This is just an example of an output. So you have the different movements for this one intersection and the summary of these different movements. You can also create charts to determine variances in the amount of traffic volume. And once you have collected this data, you have to undergo the traffic forecasting. Okay, so you have the data, the collected data, you create your database, you use the 4-step model, and you evaluate. So this is an example of how the number of trips generated are calculated. It's based on the trip generation rates. So the trip generation rates, you have here different categories or land uses, and it has different rates for weekend, for weekday, and you have here the units. So number of trips per square meter gross floor area. Okay. So for hotels, the unit is number of trips per number of rooms. Okay. And for shopping centers, you have number of trips per square meter gross leasing area. So an example of number of trips generated for a large shopping mall. So you have here total of 23,500 square meter gross leasable area. You can classify this to different floors or divide this into the different floors, lower, upper, second, third floor. You can calculate the number of trips depending on the trip generation rates, and then compare the weekday and weekend traffic. Okay. Then once you have determined the traffic generated, then you have to do trip distribution and modal split. And of course, last is traffic assignment, in which you will be assigning the traffic or the number of trips to the road network. So in this case, for the existing condition, you have a level of service A to F. So A here are dark colored lines, and then F here are the red colored lines. So as you can see, you have the different level of services in the nearby vicinity of the development. Okay. And what will happen during the future or project condition? Oh, so what will happen to our road level of services? And of course, you have to conduct road capacity analysis, level of service without and with the project. So you have level of service without the project. And then what will be the changes if the project is constructed? So in this case, a deterioration in the level of service means worsening traffic conditions. Okay. And in planning, the desirable values of level of services in urban is D, and for rural, it's C. Okay. Now, when do we need if mitigating measures are really needed or not? No? So they are needed, the mitigating measures are needed if the project traffic will cause existing roads or intersections level of services to drop below level of service D. Okay. And if the project design does not have adequate parking or circulation capacity, or if the traffic increase will result in safety concerns such as pedestrian safety, and restricted sight distances.
5 minutes.
And then these are just examples of the mitigating measures that you can do. It can be improvements on the existing transportation facilities, development of new infrastructures, development of alternative transportation systems. So in this case, public transport routes, active transportation, biking, and walking, travel demand management measures as well, parking regulations, and in some cases, land use measures such as floor area ratio, which limits the number of floors that a building can have. So this is an example of a traffic signalization improvement scheme one. This is the development, and the mitigating measures is to introduce an intersection here, one intersection. It can be two intersections. Okay, so you have improvement scheme two, and of course, your required facing, as well as cycle times, determining the cycle times. And it can be, so your mitigating measures can also be public transport improvements and pedestrian facility improvements. So this is an example for SM in Masinag. So you have there proposed loading and unloading area for public transport vehicles, proposed pedestrian overpass, proposed loading and unloading bays, and so on. Or your mitigating measures can be in the form of low-cost measures, no, such as traffic management, or just providing basic improvements in the roadway. So, for example, here we have an assessment of traffic flow conflicts and loading unloading issues or problems here. So recommendations can be provision of a driveway or bay here, so which is a low cost improvement, or it could be traffic management. So which means that you just assign that there will be no flows going to and coming out of this development here. Okay. Now for parking, this is just an example. For minimum parking rates, we have the National Building Code. And of course, based on the data, you can multiply the gross floor areas, no, with these factors here. If it's shopping centers, restaurants, cinema, offices, and then you can get the total minimum required parking based on the National Building Code. So if your design, the development, has a design of around 829 slots, you just compare this with the bare minimum, and then you can determine if the parking provided should be sufficient. And of course, the next step is establishment of institutional mechanisms. This would identify who would implement the mitigating measures and the extent of their responsibilities. Will it be the project proponent? Will it be the LGU? Will it be the national government or any other related agencies? And of course, it should also include costing of the identified mitigating measures. Will it be out of pocket of proponent or from government funds? And it should also include phasing of implementation, whether it will be for the short, medium, or long term. And for the preparation of the TIA report, so we just follow a standardized format in preparing the TIA report. And in most cases, so this is a typical contents of a TIA report. You have the introduction, you have the study area, you have data collection. Okay, so what are the preliminary surface, secondary data, and then of course the primary traffic counts, travel time surveys done. Then fourth is baseline traffic, which shows you or describes the existing condition. And then five is trip generation. So what are the number of trips produced and attracted by the development, and how this generated trips will be assigned to the road network. Okay? And then 6 is estimation of future traffic without development, and of course with development. 7 is just traffic analysis. So you have here the different measures of effectiveness. You have road capacity analysis or levels of services. You have intersection analysis as well for unsignalized and signalized intersection. You can have traffic circulation analysis and of course parking requirements. And last is final recommendations. So the recommendations can be in the form of traffic engineering and management, public transport facilities, pedestrian facilities, or traffic circulation and parking. Okay. Now, what are the barriers for implementing a TIA? We all know that TIA is not required by law. Okay, so institutional barriers. So it is, since it is not required by law and it's dependent on the Environmental Impact Assessment Review Committee, which is under the ENR, EMB, and also some of the more proactive local government units. So as you can see here, this is the mechanism for a TIA. So in a development, so first, is it covered under EIA? If it's yes, then prepare TIA as part of the EIA or IE. And the EMB will review and approve. And of course, once approved, you issue, or the EMB will issue the ECC, Environmental Compliance. And after that, you can have your development permits. No? Okay. If it's not covered by the EIA, then you have to prepare TIA as part of locational clearance. But the LGU, the local government unit, will review and approve before it issues the locational clearance certificate. Then you have the permit to construct. If it's rezoning, then you have to undertake TIA, reviewed by the LGU, then the zoning plan, municipal or city council review and approval, which will result to a zoning or new zoning ordinance. And also, because of the unavailability of suitable standards, such as trip generation rates or parking generation rates, okay, as of now, we're using the US Institute of Transportation or Traffic Engineers manual of trip generation rates. So the Philippines still doesn't have any suitable standards for trip generation rates. Okay. And budget limitations. So who will shoulder the cost associated with a TIA study? So as of now, in most cases, the proponent, the project proponent, will be shouldering the cost of conducting the process. So they have to hire transportation planners to do the TIA report. Okay. And last is lack of knowledge on the part of the LGUs, on the part of the review committee, or the ones who will be reviewing the traffic impact assessment report. But in this case, we have regular capacity building or training programs already in place. And one of those training on traffic impact assessment is the one offered by the National Center for Transportation Studies in UP Diliman. Okay, I think every year they offer TIA, no, for traffic impact assessment for technical elevators. And now, how do we institutionalize TIA? There are three approaches, or two approaches, no, from the national level and the provincial or local level. So you have from the national level, in the context of impact assessment and control, this is already being done. You have EIA guidelines and HLURB subdivision condominium guidelines. And the other one is the context of legislation or enactment into law of an administrative order requiring TIA through national agencies. Probably the most suitable national agency in which TIA or can issue this is the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. And of course, in the context of local government unit ordinance, you have the issuance of development permit through the LGU ordinance. There are now existing TIA ordinance in some of the highly urbanized cities, such as cities in Metro Manila, Cebu, Davao, and also Antipolo, and other cities in Laguna as well. As early as 2000, I think the provincial government has issued a provincial ordinance on the conduct of a TIA. Okay. And so we also have here the process for conducting the TIA, the assessment stage, and what are the roles of the stakeholders, the role of the project proponent, the role of the TIA preparer, and the role of the evaluator. Okay. Okay. So as a conclusion, so TIA provides an opportunity to address potential transport and traffic problems. It also provides opportunity to revisit the design, such as access and egress, driveways, parking provisions, and so on. And it can be an effective tool provided that there is appreciation of the value of TIA. The benefits outweigh the costs. Participatory approach is employed, of course, among the stakeholders. And of course, capability to conduct and evaluate TIAs, and effective monitoring mechanism is in place. So let me end by giving you a quote, because the previous presenters have their own respected quotes, and this is from Hawkeye of the Avengers, the person who portrayed Hawkeye of the Avengers, Jeremy Renner. So building is about getting around obstacles that are presented to you. So with this, I would like to thank you all for your attention and good afternoon once again.
Maraming salamat po, Dr. June. Fan din po pala kayo ng Marvel, no? Siguro ang ganda ng ROI ng mga private participants natin who are interested in the preparation of TIA. Because of this presentation by Dr. June, I think the interest in preparing TIAs is already there. Without piling questions, this is an indicative of the level of interest, sa magandang presentation po ni Dr. June. And we thank our speakers for being here with us today, because this is a very timely and good opportunity for learning. The last but not the least is from ZAMPEN BASULTA. Hindi po papatalo yung ZAMPEN BASULTA, no? The last speaker will be talking about transportation and traffic management of Zamboanga City. Concurrently, she is the city administrator of Zamboanga, but she also handles the local economic investment promotion division of the local government. She is a licensed real estate broker and appraiser. Her interest in transport planning stems from her duties and responsibilities as a member of the Zamboanga City Traffic Operations Management. She forms part of the technical working group to evaluate the comprehensive transport and traffic management plan, when she also has an engagement with the University of the Philippines National Center for Transportation Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, our last speaker is no less than ENP Marie Angelique Sigo. Ma'am, good afternoon po.
Salamat kay ENP Jessie. Magandang hapon po sa lahat to our participants from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao.
Ma'am Apple, medyo mahina po yung audio, ma'am.
Okay, I am delighted to present to you the Comprehensive Transport and Traffic Management Plan for Zamboanga City. Dali lang po, hindi nag-move yung ating slides. I would be needing technical support, hindi nag-move from my end.
Can we request the Sir Jasper po to assist?
Wait, can I try again sharing the...
Ma'am, if you want, I can share the screen for you po.
Sige, please do. Thank you. The next screen will show you the background of the study. The comprehensive transport and traffic management plan was bidded out 2 years ago, and through public bidding, it is the UP National College for Transportation Studies Foundation Incorporated who won the award.
Ma'am Apple, sorry po. Can you siguro ilapit yung microphone sa ano po kasi medyo
Let me
mahina pa rin
change
yung
my
audio.
headset, ha?
Opo.
Audio check. Is it better?
Improving po.
Okay. The background of the study is that, as you know, Zamboanga City is the gateway to ZAMPEN BASULTA with a total of 2.5 million people. Hence, with the combined population, we know that traffic can be hectic during peak hours. We aim to improve mobility and keep up with the fast-paced economic activities in Zamboanga City. The next slide will show you the 6 major goals of the study, and these actually support the transport policies in our CLUP that was developed in 2015. First and foremost is to improve road safety, followed by public transport quality and efficiency. The plan aims to reduce air pollution from transport and enhance the road design functionality, reduce traffic congestion, enhance transport equity, and on the part of the LGUs to develop a higher level of knowledge and to capacitate the LGU in transport planning, enforcement, and management. The next slide will give us the coverage of the plan, and the project called for consultancy services. You have on screen the deliverables composed of several plans, so that's part and parcel of the submission of the UP-NCTS. One is the CBD plan for pedestrianization along with identified streets, traffic impact assessment, a smart shuttle or feeder service plan and the map, an amendment traffic code, comprehensive transport and traffic management plan, a tricycle route plan, very much timely, as well as amendment to the tricycle ordinance, the budget cost for the needed infrastructure facilities, and as part of the project is to absorb the LGU nominated technical and administrative personnel who are now part of the project. The next slide will show you the study methodology used by the UP-NCTS. In 2015, Palafox and team for our CLUP conducted surveys on classified vehicle count, passenger load count, travel time, and road inventory. These were actually updated by the transport study team, and they added as part of data collection, the peak volume, pedestrianization, tricycle survey, origin destination survey. They were able to cover 13,000 respondents for this study. And presently, the study is at phase 3. finalization of plans after several consultations with the stakeholders. The study team will be submitting the final plan in 3 volumes, the executive summary, the main text, and annexes next week. The next slide will show you some findings of the survey. Here, you can see the morning peak volumes. Ito po yung nag-top na intersection. Initially, we allotted 5 million for the study and then an added 1 million for the bike lanes as required by DILG. Governor Camins, Santa Maria, if you are familiar with Zamboanga City, this is where a major mall is located. So makikita po natin yung directions nila at saka yung vehicle count, followed by the next critical intersection in Governor Camins, Tumaga, Veterans Avenue, MCLL Highway. And the next slide will show you, sa hapon, makikita nyo, sila pa rin yung highly congested during peak hours, no? And with a sustained number of vehicles. There were traffic simulations done using a software funded by the DOST. As all the speakers said, it is important to collect data to be as close as possible to the geometric design of the roads. Now we have to simulate. And the next slide will show us an intersection analysis. Y values here show the degree of congestion. In this case, signalized intersections. So sa may mga traffic lights, yung Y values in red need improvement. Na-identify po ito ng study in the morning as well as in the afternoon. In the next slide, the study showed that yung mga unsignalized intersections naman in the city, pag ginawang signalized, magkakaroon pa rin ito ng congestion. Identified siya sa Station 3, Station 12, Station 14. These are the ones in red and would still require further improvement. Not enough that we signalize these intersections. Ano po ang gagawin natin? The next slide, the study gave several options for the LGU. The study showed that pwede po tayong magkaroon ng left turn prohibition, pwede rin po tayong magkaroon ng widening, mas magastos po, no? But in some instances, it would work. So the second and third column show the current Y values at 5 intersections of 14 which need improvement. And then the next columns would show that kung magkakaroon ng intervention, pag nagkaroon ng left turn prohibition, mababawasan from 5 to only 2 intersections na lang, Station 1 and Station 12, Station 12. And kung ang gagawin naman is we widen the roads, the approaches, nawala na po yung congestion in these areas. It is timely to note that the DPWH actually has a project for Zamboanga City. May 2 flyovers po sila na pinopropose. And this is by the national government. Kailangan pong i-drive ito, yung FS nila, with the results of this study. Kasi in this data set, makikita na in the next 5 years, what we need is to widen the approaches. No? And then the next slide is very interesting. We have the trip purpose and the mode shares. The origin destination survey, as suggested by the CLUP, was conducted in the whole month of September last year, even in the time of the pandemic. And it covered all the 98 barangays in Zamboanga City, including our island barangays. Dito makikita natin origin to destination, saan nagpupunta yung mga tao. Survey says, pinakamarami, of course, to home, 45%, to work, and at that time, to school. Ito yung top 3, ano? And ano yung gamit nila pag sila ay lumalabas, umaalis? Survey says, pinakamarami yung public utility jeepney. But if you look at the motorcycle share and you combine the motorcycle na ang respondent is siya ang nag-drive or ang respondent is siya ang pasahero, ito ay even greater, mas malaki than the ones taking the jeeps. And we have a substantial amount of people who actually walk to work, to school, and back to the home. So makikita natin na mas malaki yung percentage taking the public utility vehicles. Yet, our records show that in Zamboanga City, the number of registered motor vehicles is over 100,000, most of which are privately owned vehicles. The rate of car ownership remains high in Zamboanga City at 17%, and the public transport growth rate is quite low. In fact, it's negative 0.7%. So we see here that we can see that transpo use is greater than private transpo use. Public transpo is greater than private transpo use. Therefore, the study supports the prioritization of public transportation. The next slide will show us the budget. And you can see here that 54% karamihan ay below 50 pesos ang budget. This is reflective of the public transport users' fare. As mentioned, they comprise the majority, no? As shown in the previous slide. And to your right, you can see that the figure shows information on car ownership of the surveyed population. 31% of the respondents own a vehicle, 31%. 69% take the public utility vehicles. Of the 31% who own private vehicles, karamihan, 30% own one vehicle and 1% more than one vehicle. The next slide will show us the transport routes before nagkaroon ng pandemya. What can you see? In Zamboanga City before the pandemic, napakakapal. The GIS experts of the study showed the routes in various colors. I think all the colors are there. Sa dami ng ruta. And lahat sila ay papunta sa Pueblo. They're all going to the center, all towards the central business district. No? That is the end of the route. Kaya yung inset to your right shows you yes, it looks like a rainbow. Correct. The center is highly congested because of this, no? And no wonder traffic, and kaya we see a decrease in productivity, and this amounts to economic losses. The transport experts tell us that in Singapore, when you're going towards the center, you pay premium. That is to discourage everyone from all going towards the center. And our next slide will show you substantial improvement. During the pandemic, the next slide will show us that the routes approved in the local public transport route plan were already adopted by the LTFRB. The approved LTPRP was counter-checked. Nauna kasi, no? LGUs were required earlier before the study even finished to come up with our LPTRPs. So nag-jive ito with the findings of the origin and destination survey. Nagtugma sila. And here, you can see the recommendations of the study team. Based on data collected and these data were analyzed, the recommendations were categorized into the immediate within 1 year. Siyempre, hinahabol natin, no? So that we can implement before elections. Short term within 3 years, medium term within 6 years, and the long term beyond 6 years. Traffic engineering recommendations were further divided into 2 categories by the team. Nagkaroon siya ng recommendation on traffic circulation and management, and the other one is on traffic control devices at intersections. The next slide will show us the medium and long-term recommendations for traffic engineering in Zamboanga City. Within the year, we hope to implement carless weekends or start perhaps with carless Sundays, pedestrianization of identified streets. This were also recommended in the CLUP, as well as ongoing clearing of roads. In the medium term, it was recommended that we designate additional streets, more streets for pedestrianization, more streets for bicycles for weekends, Sundays and holidays, carless days on identified streets, more intersections for synchronization of the traffic signals, traffic lights. And beyond 6 years, we hope to have a smart traffic control system for the city. This can later on be integrated with the command center of the city because Zamboanga City has a command center. Hopefully, ma-integrate ito, no? Mabuo natin ito para it will be a smart traffic control system. The next slide will show us the recommended traffic circulation in the city. So the comprehensive plan gives us the red, indicating the red indicating the two-way traffic scheme. Ano naman yung blue? Yung blue po, yan yung one-way traffic scheme in the city that was implemented several years back after much dialogue, after several controversial meetings. Na-implement po yan at nakatulong po. Again, it's backed by data, backed by study, no? And the green lines are the pedestrianized routes that are being proposed, which we hope to implement soon. As soon as matanggap itong CPTMP, no? All of these aim to improve circulation because the experts say mobility is our priority. We move people and goods. The next slide will show us the proposed local public transport routes in Zamboanga City. This is our proposed LTPRP routes. The routes, as you know, were minimized from 200 to 20 routes. The goal is to have hierarchy of roads and at the same time, hierarchy of modes. A rational plan is proposed where terminals will be one in the East Coast and one in the West Coast on the peripheries, no? The center having an intra-transport system like a loop. The next slide will show us the growth areas in Zamboanga City because our CLUP identified seven developmentally planned units, DPU or growth areas. And the next slide will show you this tricycle route scheme that will be implemented in these growth areas. So ang basic role nga po ng transport system in the urban area is to provide transport infrastructure facilities as confirmed by the experts. ang kailangan natin to move the goods and to move people. So the CLUP recommended this 7 DPU units. The plan actually showed that the tricycles will be utilized in these 7 growth areas. Ngunit hindi sila pwedeng mag-crossover with the exception of the Central Business District, DPU1, that can cross over to 2 for continuity. And so 1 is the Central Business District, 2 Mercedes, 3 Ayala. The next slide will show you the development plan units in the other areas, 4, 5, 6, 7. The next slide will show you that the tricycles will be used in Labuan, in Sangali, in Curuan, and in Vitali. So matatanggal po siya in the highways. And this next slide gives us the tricycle route scheme. No? Based on the origin destination survey, and nagkaroon din po ng tricycle driver interview survey, the previous slide, let's go back to the tricycle route scheme. The tricycle route scheme, the previous slide gives us the daily demand per person. What can we see here? The tricycle daily trips. So sabi natin, there are 7 growth areas. So i-divide itong units in the 7 areas. I-drive siya with passenger demand in each DPU, in each growth area. And we can see on the last column, the number of franchises needed. It's data-driven. It says 2,146 ang kakailangan natin na units to serve the 7 identified growth areas in our CLUP. And this is a mere 1/3 of our current tricycle registration. If we take in the colorum, 1/4 lang po ito. So we see a need, kaya po hindi na tayo nagbibigay ng panibagong franchise for tricycles in order for it to decrease, and we shift to a higher level capacity of vehicles, no, for mobility. The next slide will show us the recommendations of the plan for active transport discussed earlier by our speaker as well. So recommended po, as DILG gave us the order, all LGUs would have to have an active transport network. We were given timelines, dateline to comply with this. Otherwise, we will be penalized, no, according to the DILG. So as part of the recommendations of the active transport plan for the immediate and short term, as well as medium and long, the recommendations are actually categorized as pedestrian facilities, pedestrianization, and related measures. No? So nagja-jive siya with the CLUP, bike lanes, and bikeways. The active transport plan for the city supports the traffic management improvement plan in the CLUP and the promotion of the non-motorized transport, the NMPs. The team used the ITDP, the Institute for Transpo and Development Policy tool of the World Bank. And doon sa kanilang data gathered, it showed na Zamboanga City is in nasa 4. No? So that, I believe, according to the expert, shows that we are ready for walkability. We are ready for pedestrianization. Na-identify din po yung mga kalye, no? Very data-driven, based on science. And the next slide shows us the recommendation as well for the medium and long-term relevant to active transport. Priority streets for pedestrianization were also listed here on your map. You can see the active transport network in Zamboanga City. And to your right, you have a typical 2-lane section. Class 2 po ito, nakaseparate na yung bike lanes because the goal is later on to have typical 4-lane roads with shared lanes, and then pwede rin pong in the long run may kanya ng lane yung mga bisikleta. The next slide will show you the dream no, for active transport network. You can see to your left na may pedestrian zones talaga, no? And usually po, nasa CBD to. It depends on the character of the area of the street. In Zamboanga City, in Zone 4, meron tayong heritage zone, no? So you're brought back to time. So maganda pong makomplement to ng good sidewalks, makomplement ito ng walking path. Sa ngayon, we started with our walking sheds. Lighted po ito. Ini-encourage po na maging maganda yung ambience for walking. And to complement the walking, may pick-up point. Yung red dots, the red lines there will be our shuttle route, shuttle service, no? To complement the pedestrianization. And yung kailangan abutin natin to, no? And yung sa right side, the figure 5.11, it shows us a cross section. Exciting for Rizal Street. It's actually very near City Hall, no? It's transformed to a pedestrian-only street. And you can see alfresco dining. So kailangan mag-complement din po yung development in the area. And this is actually being promoted by the Department of Health, especially today. DPWH plans, kailangan ma-identify natin saan yung bike lane dyan, saan yung stops for the shuttle, because we need to identify the delivery time, no, to support the establishments, the low-impact establishments in the area. Kailangan may window for the delivery of their goods as well. Because again, we move goods and people. And the next slide will show you more perspectives on active transport. This time, the next slide will show us Corcuera, Rizal, Valderosa, still in Zone 4. No? Ito yung perspective to develop the active transport system. The next slide will show you highlights of the Class 2 bike lanes. No longer shared, but separate lanes. We start with Class 3 muna, shared lanes on identified areas. And I understand, aside from the heritage zone, further outside the city, yung proposed Class 3 bike lanes. The next slide will show us how to sustain the plan. Ano po ang kailangan gawin ng LGU? The transport study highlights that we need complementing ordinances to institutionalize, to achieve our goals. One of which is TIA, as extensively mentioned earlier. No, kailangan magkaroon ng ordinansa ito to ensure that all developments will be required to be assessed, and this will be submitted to the CPDO. Hindi lang po siya added requirement, no, for the LGUs. Meron pong science behind it. And this will be evaluated by a panel of experts, usually mostly engineers and traffic managers, no, by the CPDO, which is headed by our ZAMPEN BASULTA chapter president, Engineer E&P Jojo Sikat, and the City Engineer's Office. They will give their recommendations and submit this to the City Mayor for the City Mayor's approval. Another ordinance is on the next slide. Aside from a TIA ordinance to institutionalize the plan, we need an ordinance to manage the habal-habal, the pedicab, and the tricycle ordinance. So yung mga taga-LGU, taas ang kamay, we admit that controversial yon, no? And ang hirap to promote it, to market this. Again, we need the private-public partnership here, more dialogue with the stakeholders para maintindihan nila that the shift will actually benefit us in the long run. Dapat mag-complement si City Social Welfare Development Office for her plans to transition, no, the livelihood of the habal-habal, pedicab, and tricycle drivers in the long run. So na-identify po nung plano, tinuro na po sa amin kung saan pwedeng gamitin yung habal-habal motorcycles yung pedicabs, yung tricycles. Hindi nga po along the highway. And it establishes, sa ngayon, we only have one tricycle adjudication board. The plan recommends to split. Iba yung nagbibigay ng franchise, yung franchise board, iba din yung nagbibigay, iba rin yung nagsasettle nung policies, no? Nung nagmamanage nung tricycles in the city. And as mentioned, the plan states to limit the operation of a tricycle franchise within a certain DPU, except for one, which can cross over to two. And the next slide, that's the last, will give us the recommendation of the study team for an ordinance. The next slide will give us the proposed recommendation for an ordinance on the very much needed traffic management code. We actually have in Zamboanga City, but it needs an amendment. So dito po, pine-prescribe na yung parking and no parking areas. The rules on towing, we have 2 towing trucks right now. It provided a circulation plan for the Central Business District. Yung mga speed limits, kailangan po may speed guns tayo. Yung designated pedestrian streets, bicycle lanes, walking paths, all identified in this plan, as well as the procedure for ordinance violation receipt. Hindi po pwedeng huli lang ng huli kasi hindi naman po siya effective, as we know, no? And sa ngayon, we have started to implement the no contact apprehension. Later on, i-integrate yan. Previously, ginawa namin pag may unclaimed na OVR, we tie up with the city police office para magkukuha ng police clearance, nag-hit siya. Kung matatie up natin siya with LTO, even better. And the plan proposes the establishment of a Zamboanga City Traffic Management Council because traffic is already a priority. Kailangan na po natin ng opisina na nakatutok dito. And the Zamboanga City Traffic and Parking Management Office. And to sustain it, the responsibility should be shared with the barangays, like our approach today with COVID. Kailangan po diretso sa ground, no? With that, I end my presentation. Muchas gracias a todos. Sorry, no quote from me today. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Apple, for presenting Zamboanga City's efforts towards addressing the problem of traffic. And I think for those LGUs na hindi pa nakagawa ng kanilang route plan and traffic plans, they can take inspiration from your presentation. At this juncture, may we invite again our 2 recent presenters. We will move forward with our open forum to be again facilitated by.
So now in the second round of the open forum where our resource persons can further elaborate or give additional inputs based on some of the questions and comments that we have received to our chat box. So if we will recall earlier, no, si Dr. June Castro already detailed to us the definition, objectives, benefits, no, of and steps in conducting a TIA. He also highlighted what are mga considerations, methods, mga standards that we can use, yung minimum contents, no, of a TIA report, barriers to TIA, how to overcome this, and paano ma-institutionalize, no, yung TIA. So there's so much interest in the conduct of TIA. Actually, I have noted 5 questions, Dr. June. All of these are more on like ano daw yung mga requirements, no, to qualify to become a TIA preparer. They are asking whether environmental planners are qualified, and like for a standard TIA, how many members usually comprise the team?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Doc Jihan. Yes, may maraming questions, especially yung requirements to conduct the TIA. May tanong si ENP Ashari Kali, si Dr. Ed Bisquera, ENP Jesse Christopher Rapinid. These are similar questions, no, with regards to yung ano yung requirements to prepare and to evaluate TIA. So yung direct answer is actually indicated in the guidelines, no, published by the UP National Center for Transportation Studies. Ang sabi doon is transportation engineers or planners certified by the EMB, Environmental Management Bureau, and the National Center for Transportation Studies of the University of the Philippines is qualified to prepare a TIA. So certification requires that the person undertaking will have adequate background. So ang ibig sabihin ng adequate background is a person holding at least a master's degree in transportation or its equivalent. So operation, yung term, no, yung word is it's or its equivalent in terms of training and professional experience. So ibig sabihin, hindi naman necessarily kailangan graduate ng masters, basta meron kang equivalent knowledge, no, or training in terms of professional experience, and of course yung mga certification training na binibigay ng, for example, ng UP-NCTS, no? And then similarly, the same minimum qualifications must be true of the city or municipal TIA evaluators. So the evaluators may comprise a committee formed by the local government to review or evaluate the traffic impact of development proposals. So as an added information, so TIA training, as I discussed a while ago, is regularly offered by the UP-NCTS for preparers as well as technical evaluators, and they issue TIA certifications as well, no? In fact, may mga nagsasubmit nga ng may mga preparers nga, no, na nagsasubmit ng TIA reports na walang certifications. Well, pwede naman 'yon, ano, pero of course you have to check the quality and the integrity of the TIA report, no? Kung maayos naman, no, di madali pagka in-evaluate ng LGUs or ng ENB, nakita nila andoon lahat ng kailangan nilang makita, then pwede nang pumasa, no? So hindi naman talaga hanapan pa na talagang, "Hoy, meron ka bang certification?" no? So ang sinasabi nga nila as long as maganda yung quality ng TIA report and address lahat ng concerns ng evaluators, so papasa yung TIA report natin. Okay, so to answer some of the quick answers lang sa mga questions, how do we encourage the LGUs? Of course, we have LGUs should have an appreciation of TIA as a policy tool, no, to mitigate traffic impacts para maibsan na natin yung mga ongoing cycle ng magde-develop ka and then magkakaroon ng traffic, and then may mitigating measures, and then development again. So you have the vicious cycle of traffic congestion. No? Yes, another question is how much, yung ano lang muna, yung ano yung mga kailangang simulation software para sa prepare ng TIA. Wala naman pong specific na traffic simulation software. In fact, all the traffic simulation software pwedeng gamitin sa TIA, no? Pwede yung micro simulation software, it could be macro simulation software, no? So kung alam niyo yung VSIM, VSUM, MME, Dynamic, JICA Strada, Cube, at kung ano-ano pa, pwede niyo pong gamitin yan. But I'm telling you na hindi kinakailangan ng software to conduct a TIA study, no? It can be done manually. Pwede yan. Mano-mano. So it doesn't really require a traffic simulation software. Okay? So another question, how much will it cost the LGU to conduct? Cost range depends on the magnitude of the development, no? So the type of development, size, and location. So general rule is if it's located in a high traffic area and large traffic generator, yung development, more expensive. So pagka yung mga maliliit, typical study, mga 250,000 yung pinakamaliit na to, no? Up to aabot pa ng mga more than 500,000 or mga around 1 million, no? But it really depends on the magnitude of the study. Ang malaking expenses po kasi diyan ay yung traffic surveys, especially yung pangolekta ng primary data, no? So magko-conduct po tayo ng traffic surveys. Kung 10 intersections yan, maglalagay ka ng at least 10 na tao sa isang intersection. So 10 times 10, 100 people na kagad yan. Magsusurvey sila doon for 1 day. So magkano ang minimum? Let's just say 500 pesos. So magkano na kagad yun? So doon pa lang 500,000 na kagad yung gastos mo. Diba? So doon napupunta yung main bulk ng gastos for a PIA preparation. Okay na ba yun? O may time pa?
Yes, maraming salamat, Dr. June. Pasensya
Sige,
na
thank
po
you very
because
much.
of time. Yes. Okay, so we also received around mga 7 questions and comments that were directed to ENP Apple regarding the traffic and transportation management plan in Zamboanga City. So, Ma'am Apple, would you like to share your responses to some of these questions, Ma'am?
Yes, Dr. Jihan, some of which I answered sa chat group, but the strategy as taught to us by the experts is to avoid, manage, and mitigate. We avoid by reducing the negative effects at the early stages. Kung hindi kayang ma-avoid, we still manage. So non-physical changes po, according to our traffic engineers. These are non-physical changes to traffic operations, perhaps signalize, no left turn. And if hindi kakayanin, that's the time we mitigate. If it cannot be avoided, then the civil works may be required to mitigate, no? So more costly sa ngayon po, together, kailangan pong magsama-sama si LGU, DPWH, si LTO, LTFRB, sino pa ba po? Yan yung mga kailangan mag-jive, mag-harmonize yung ating mga plano so that we can move harmoniously forward. Yung sa ngayon, ang problema po talaga ay parking sa CBD. Yung ating long-term plan really is to decongest not only through the LTPRP but development as well, no? Government projects should be outside the CBD. Most of the government offices should relocate outside the CBD. Yan po yung ating long-term goal. And we see a problem because, nag-feasibility study po for a private property for parking, additional parking areas, and the FS showed that hindi po siya feasible for a private company. Hindi yun yung magiging income generating for the private. So wala pong matuloy-tuloy. We are looking at idle lands para magkaroon ng incentive. Kung idle itong property nyo, you're within the CBD, sana po hindi na siya magkakaroon ng papatangan ng idle land tax, ngunit i-convert natin into private, into pay parking. Sana maging ganon. Again, we need the corresponding ordinances.
All right.
Sa ngayon, towing po is ongoing to remove the obstruction. Kaya marami pong nagagalit.
All right. Thank you very much for your additional inputs, Ma'am Apple. So, as one of the daily commuters in Zamboanga City, I'm really looking forward to the successful implementation of our transportation and traffic management plan. Okay, so well, I'm sure that everyone will agree that our resource persons have excellently delivered their respective lectures, and we are very thankful for their generous inputs and responses to the queries and comments from our fellow ENPs. I hope that we can continue to interact and work together to improve the competencies of the PIEP community in transport planning. With that, I end our open forum, and once again, I turn over the virtual screen to our MC, ENP Jesse. Sir Jesse.
Thank you po, Dr. Jihan. And again, we thank all our speakers for being here with us, for sharing your insights, and for the very fruitful and productive session that we have this afternoon. We would like to remind everyone that the issuance of the certificate for the CPD credits will be based upon the accomplishment of the respective evaluation form. So please, we remind that we have to accomplish evaluation form so that we can send you your respective certificates. We will also be sending the packages, which includes the lectures and PowerPoint presentations that our resource speakers gave this afternoon. All right. May we ask the National Secretary to present to us the citation and the certificates for our resource speakers. Okay. PIEP ZAMPEN BASULTA is pleased and honored to present the certificate of recognition to our speakers. In grateful recognition and acknowledgement of their invaluable contribution and outstanding support in sharing their time and expertise as keynote speaker during the PIEP ZAMPEN BASULTA Chapter CPD event entitled Seminar on Local Transport Planning, presented this 5th of June 2001 via Zoom. Thank you very much to our speakers, Dr. Evan Anthony V. Arias, for your time and for your effort. Next po. Dr. Herman Avengoza. Thank you po. Sorry, Engineer. Engineer Manuel T. Amonir. Maraming salamat po. Dr. June T. Castro. Thank you, sir. And finally, we have ENP Marie Angelic Sigo. Again, our gratefulness to everything and to your time this afternoon. At this juncture, and as we promised, we shall be announcing the winners of the early bird promotion registration. May we request the Secretariat to present the lucky winners of our registration promo. Initially, we just targeted about 100 participants, but because of the overwhelming interest in our session, we reached about 300 plus participants this afternoon. In fact, since 1 o'clock, hindi po bumaba sa 290 ang ating mga participants. This shows that the retention rate is very high and very encouraging. At talagang patunay ito na talagang interested po lahat ng mga presentations natin. May we request the Secretariat to present the winners of our early bird registration. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, ito po yung ating mga lucky winners. The winners of our early bird registration promo will receive a voucher from Jollibee, for Jollibee foods that may be redeemed in Jollibee foods, and some of the winners will also receive KCC vouchers for those who have KCC in their respective localities. Okay, so the first registration is from Dr. Eduardo M. Bisquera Jr. Congratulations, sir, from ZAMPEN Basulta. Then we have Haji PJ U Aranda from Tarlac. We have Eduardo T. Quintero from Tarlac as well. Congratulations. We also have Miss Helen Grace Molo from Northern Luzon. Congrats. We will send you the vouchers after the session. We also have Jerry R. Polisco from Zampen Basulta. Congratulations po. Our very own Anthony B. Barandino is also our lucky winner. James Andre M. Paras from Northern Luzon. Orlando F. Hunyenda from Sorsogon. James Nasser J. Agot from Zampen Basulta. Congratulations. Junica P. Soriano from National Capital Region. We also have Arcado Rudy Vargas from Camarines, Myla Joy Manigo from Caraga. Congrats. And we also have Blesilda M. Abi Mariano from Calamba. And last, we have Alan Cagas Lui from Northern Mindanao. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you for helping us make this session a big success. All our thanks again to our speakers for taking the time to be with us. Before we proceed to our closing remarks, is our National Board President is now available for her message. Ma'am Joy Hakchol na po. Is Ma'am Joy po available? Again, we would like to remind everyone to please accomplish the evaluation forms so that we may be able to send to you your respective certificates. Our thanks also to the Professional Regulation Commission for approving this CPD activity, and our partners from other institutions and partners from other chapters. Maraming salamat po. Vice President Jo, thank you din po sa suporta. Board Member Lirio Abuyuan, our grateful appreciation to your support po. I would like to acknowledge the people behind this activity. Of course, the chief architect of this session, who monitors, manages from the video, from the script, everything. Ito po yung talagang naging instrumental sa success po ng ating programa. We'd like to acknowledge Dr. Annabel Kahita. Ma'am, can you turn on your, naka-turn on na pala ang video ni ma'am. Siya po yung chief architect. Tapos ang chief project engineer naman, yung nagtatrabaho talaga, from the speakers, from every detail, from the abstract. We have our vice chair for CPD committee of PIEP ZAMPEN BASULTA, Maria Luz Agbayani, the Assistant City Planning Coordinator of LGU Zamboanga City. Ma'am, can you turn on your camera, please, so that everyone can see who is the person behind this session. The design, the layouts, everything that you see on the screen is all thanks to our architect and environmental planner who volunteered his service for the benefit of this chapter and this activity. We have architect ENP Anthony Barandino. Thank you po, sir, for your pro bono services. And because of the success and because of her constant monitoring, we also credit Rosalie Molina or Chali Aquino, who is in charge in the registration and in the other particulars of this event. Chali, can you show your video, please, so that everyone can see your beautiful face? Thank you po. And of course, the moderator for this event, for the open forum, we have Dr. Jihan Adil, our Public Relations Officer, and Ma'am Apple Go also as well for the prizes, and of course our chapter president, Engineer Rodrigo S. Sicat. Did I miss anything? Anyone, Ma'am Abel, that we should credit?
And ENP Mayor Delgado.
Yes pala, sorry. And ENP Mayor Delgado as well, as part of the CPD committee, is also helping us in this session. Maraming salamat po, and any message po, Dr. Abel, before we proceed to the closing remarks? Naka-off po ang audio nyo. Ma'am Abel is based in Cagayan, but her heart is really in ZAMPEN BASULTA. And she's been with us ever since we started way back in 2017. So our heartfelt thanks, Ma'am Abel, for always being loyal to ZAMPEN BASULTA all these years. Thank you po. Okay na po ba yung audio nyo, ma'am? Okay na po. Okay. All right, so to finally culminate this afternoon session, we would like to invite our chapter convener. This person is the one who is responsible for the establishment of PIEP ZAMPEN BASULTA way back in 2017. He was our convener, and currently he still supports the activities of this chapter. May we invite, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Reynaldo Navasilia.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes po, Doc.
Okay, thank you very much. Our PIEP National President, Joy Hakcholna, and other PIEP national officers, members of the distinguished PIEP College of Fellows. I will not mention their name anymore for the interest of time, but I can see them actively participating in this webinar. PRC Board of Environmental Planning members, participants from different PIEP chapters here in the Philippines and abroad, as well as from other institutions who join us in this CPD accredited webinar. It is my great pleasure to address this closing session. Allow me first to convey special thanks and appreciation to the PIEP ZAMPEN BASULTA chapter for organizing this online training session, particularly the chapter president, ENP Engineer Jojo Sikat, and other officers of the chapter, Dr. ENP Abel Kahita, and the diligent members of the chapter CPD and organizing committee for making our webinar a resounding success. So congratulations to everyone. I should like to thank the high caliber resource person for sharing important knowledge and scholarly discourse on local transport planning, public transport and road infrastructure project implementation, monitoring and evaluation towards enhanced mobility and accessibility in localities and road network connectivity of our growth centers in the countryside. I thank the more than 300 participants who have participated in this webinar, raised pertinent questions, and shared experiences and insight in our chat room on local transport planning and intermodal transport connectivity. On behalf of the PIEP ZAMPEN BASULTA, I should like to congratulate you all for the dedication and active engagement in this learning experience. Let me emphasize by saying that you all work hard, but in fact, the real work only starts now. This is the beginning of our concerted efforts to work together along with our partners to support the capacity building needs of the national and local planners, architects, engineers, and other allied professions in promoting and professionalizing local transport planning practice in particular, as well as urban, regional, and environmental planning in general. In closing, I look forward to continue working closely with you to advance our respective profession, responding to the challenges of our local and regional transport planning and management in this country. And are not bad things, they just mean something else is about to begin. Thank you everyone. Mabuhay tayong lahat and congratulations to everybody. Good afternoon.
Mabuhay po, Dr. Navasilia, and thank you very much, everyone. May we request all our participants to please turn on your video for the photo documentation. We would appreciate to see your beautiful and guapo faces. And we hope to see you soon again in the next session of the PIEP ZAMPEN BASULTA. Thank you, everyone, and please take care and cuidado po ustedes na COVID. Tiene cuidado.